Engine parts for highway trucks, farm machinery, heavy equipment, transit, and marine, and at a great price too. Reach us at discountdiesel.ca and know that Discount Diesel's got the parts to get it done.
Sports 1440, Stingray radio station. CKJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go.
Have your sports curiosity cured.
Second overtime quarterfinal game of the day. Marner got it done for Canada in overtime against Czechia, who will be the hero between Finland and Switzerland. Lundell, a stretch, ahead, a chance, scores! Lock in the overtime hero for the Finns. They're on to the semifinals.
A veteran of the sports reporting game for over 25 years.
Just a little bit of traffic for the Canadian to get through there as he takes the bounce. Stephen Dubois is in front. Dubois wins it. Stephen Dubois delivers Olympic gold for Canada.
Breaking down Edmonton's favorite teams.
Now celebrating with Marner and Harley. Mitch Marner through to the net. Score! Mitch Marner, game winner. Team Canada headed to the semis.
This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, here we go for Sol 608. Thursday, February the 19th. Man, was that 7-8 hours of drama, theater, tense, nervousness, hockey yesterday at the Olympics, and we're in, hopefully, for a little bit more today with the women's gold medal game between Canada and the USA. Hey, good morning. Welcome to the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440 on your AM radio dial, on your morning drive into work or wherever you're heading out on a Thursday. So glad you could spend some time with us here on Sports 1440. You can also watch us on YouTube at Sports 1440 AM. Please drop us a like, a subscription. We would appreciate that. We're also on X, Facebook, Instagram, even the old Twitch. As always, we are streaming on iHeartRadio, the TuneIn app, even on sports1440.ca. And if you miss any part of any show, it turns into the mini podcasts that are out there on Apple, Spotify, Google, even Amazon. Be sure to subscribe, select the auto download. It's free. You'll never miss a second of any show. Yeah, so glad you could join us here on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. Man, were there storylines in men's hockey yesterday on quarterfinal Wednesday? And again, hopefully some great memories are made again in the women's hockey gold medal game to come shortly after 11 o'clock. The big news for Canada today, Coach John Cooper, the men's team, said Sidney Crosby, who had an MRI, has basically, they're saying it's day to day. He has not been ruled out. So not been ruled out as far as his Olympic competition goes for the semifinal tomorrow against Finland, or possibly, a gold medal game against either Slovakia or the USA. So, maybe it's a bit of a smokescreen. Maybe it's, obviously gamesmanship. Try to keep it hush-hush. But right now they're saying that Sidney Crosby has not been ruled out. But man, when you think of the storylines in that game yesterday, and we watched it here for, on the morning show, we watched it all the way up till 6 minutes left into the third period and then overtime. The storylines were plentiful and the list is long. And you can go right from the end of the game when Mitch Marner scores the overtime winner. The Czechs basically kind of have the old campfire defense going on. Everyone's standing around watching, and Marner just sifts his way through, floats his way through. And Lucas Dostal didn't play it well at all. He's hugging the post. He's actually on the other side of the near post. So he is a foot and a half out of position on the goal. And it wasn't a good goal that was let in by Lucas Dostal in that big of a moment. They don't get there without Nick Suzuki and the game tying goal with 3.5 minutes left. Incredible deflection and a lucky deflection. For him, you can do that deflection 100 times, and I would say only one time it's going to go through the legs of Dostal and in. And then maybe the biggest news of all was the 6 players on the ice for the Czechs when they scored the go-ahead goal. And actually, I got a buddy that's working the Olympic Games as a cameraman in Italy. So he's working the hockey. He's been doing it for a long time. He was the center ice camera at Oiler games, still is for, I don't know, it's got to be 40 years. Anyway, he sent a picture to us here at Sports 1440 this morning from the truck that shows the 6 players on the ice. And there's been a couple pictures that have been out there from basically a center ice camera, something like that. But this one's from behind the Czech net. And, it's unbelievably wicked to explain how nobody saw this. And even comments this morning from practice. And Drew Doughty had maybe one of the best lines going. And Drew Doughty's obviously a hell of an interviewee, I guess it would be. Frank Saravalli posting about an hour ago that Drew Doughty about the Czech 6 skaters on the ice. Not a single player, coach, knew until after the game. Nobody. Now we talked about it. We're like, how did that get missed? But we all missed it. It makes sense. The refs could miss it too. And then, the old "it happens" from Drew Doughty. But you think about what could have happened. What could have went down had the Czechs hung on to win 3-2 and that comes out. And then it's crazy. You think, okay, that's got to be enough drama, enough theater for the rest of the day. The Finns and Switzerland go at it. Swiss are up 2-0 with 6 minutes left. Heiskanen scores with $1:12 left. Goes to overtime again. And Lehkonen gets the overtime winner. So now you got 2 games that went to 3-on-3 overtime. And then could you imagine another late goal by Sweden in the USA game by Mika Zibanejad? And that game goes to overtime where Quinn Hughes is the hero. Beautiful shot. It's funny. You can have shots that go off the post and in. If you were listening to our counterparts here at Fox before, they couldn't believe that a shot went off the post and in. And some guys talking about it in the States about 3-on-3 overtime, how this is so great. Well, man, there's so many guys that don't know what they're talking about down in the States. It's crazy. But anyway, so many storylines in that one with Quinn Hughes. And Victor Hedman was injured, didn't play. Should he have been on the bench even? You could have dressed another defenseman. So it was just on and on and on as far as drama, theater, nervousness, tenseness, and everything. And Canada gets another gold medal by Stephen Dubois. So the medal count now at 14, 4 golds. So the Canadians will be guaranteed a few other medals, obviously in women's hockey. That's one of them. And then we'll see what happens in curling. Because right now on the ice, Canada is taking on Korea in the women's curling. Rachel Homan got out of a jam in the second inning and a poor decision by the Korean skip to try to go for a deuce. And she was off the mark and gave up a steal. So Canada leads 2-0 in women's curling. The Canadian men lost to Norway today. Didn't really matter for them. And they're going to play Norway again at 11:30. It's been pushed back a little bit. They'll play Norway in the men's semi-final. And, of course, the big game today, women's hockey, Canada and the USA at 11:10. Hey, it's 7:09 in Edmonton. Let's welcome in the Duke of Delburne on a Thursday morning. Man, it was wild for 7.5, 8 hours yesterday, Duke.
It was nonstop, Kev, but between
unreal.
the dramatic finale, of course, to the Canada game that we kind of got to experience firsthand here in studio. I know you and Schlemmer were hanging around out at the bar area here inside the Stingray building. Connor and I on air still, trying to keep tabs on it as we're doing the show. So and then right after that, like in the post-show action for Connor and I, like we were still glued to the TV out in the bar for the Finland-Swiss game because we left. It was 2-0 Switzerland still. We say, let's head out down the mall, maybe go grab a coffee, a little bite to eat or something, come back. And all of a sudden, boom, we're overtime's dropping the puck. It was 2-2. And then we get to see the Lehkonen game winner. It was great. And the Sweden-USA game was just kind of the bow on top of it all with the drama that unfolded there. Everything you laid out. And Quinn Hughes with really very unexpected, unlikely play off the post and in. What an effort by Quinn Hughes. He was out there for like 2 full minutes in the overtime period. So great day of that. You get the gold for Stephen Dubois mixed in the middle of it, the bronze for the 3,000 meter relay team, of course, on the women's side of the speed skating as well. So a great day of Olympic action, and Canada streaking a little bit in terms of the gold medal front. We'll see if the women can pull off the upset today and make it a 5th straight day of gold medals for the Canadian Olympic team.
That Sweden-US game in overtime, the 2 things that I noticed, 3, Quinn Hughes, you just mentioned him, Duke. If you look at Gabriel Landeskog, and he had a clip after about how he fanned on it was a one-timer, but from a sharp angle. I don't know if you remember that, but I'm thinking at that point, get off.
Yeah.
And I'm going, get off. And he's like hanging in, and he wasn't really skating that hard. And he's on the ice. He's basically the front man on, trying to pressure Hughes there. The other thing that I noticed, Rasmus Dahlin didn't have a shift in overtime. And that was my guy yesterday, in or out.
Yeah.
For a difference maker. So I'm like, well, he's your best defenseman.
And then you saw some pretty visible frustration from him on the bench after they lose, of course, breaking his stick over the side of the boards. I mean, listen, I'm no expert on the X's and O's side of thing. I've played the game my whole life, never at a particularly high level, but watching it and trying to break it down, there were a lot of things throughout the game that I thought from the Swedish coaching perspective, I thought were a little on the suspect side, starting essentially with the decision to keep Victor Hedman in the lineup, despite knowing that he could not play.
Happened at the start of the tournament too with Forsberg.
Right.
And
Ekman Larson not playing. And it kind of seemed like, maybe this is just their strategy. Like these players are essentially there as emergency basis, but then you eliminate that option from yourself when your emergency basis defenseman is incapable of playing, but he's just out there to quote unquote be with the guys.
And that's Rasmus Anderson, right? He
was the one waiting in the press box looking down. So
and you look at last year in the Four Nations, same thing happened with Tkachuk
in the final game. So it's tough because I thought Sweden seemed like they were really rounding into form, and you really feel for a guy like Jacob Markstrom, who was unbelievable in the hockey game. And after the way the goaltending started for Sweden in this tournament, where Gustafsson couldn't buy a save, even Markstrom when he gets in, it's not pretty, but turns in a couple back-to-back really good efforts. Yes, one of them against Latvia, but still a win all the same, and a solid performance, giving up just the one goal. And then yesterday, it's essentially a perfect shot by Quinn Hughes and a little bit of lackadaisical defense by the Swedes. They were almost in what we talked about with the Czechs yesterday against Canada, kind of prevent mode, right? And we hear it all the time in football, the cliche, prevent defense does nothing but prevent you from winning.
As I say, Duke,
and that's kind of what it looked like.
The campfire defense.
Also a good description, because that is what the Czechs were doing on the Marner goal. I said it to Connor in here right after it happened. It kind of looked like they were all looking at each other like, you got him, you got him, you got him. And then he just weaved his way right through them.
Was I too hard on your buddy Dostal?
I said this yesterday too. It's absolutely a goal that he'll be the first to tell you he wants back. But as, once again, someone that's played the position, never at a very high level, it's a difficult play to track, but at the same time, he's too far to his right, and it gives a lot of space to the other side. But when you have a player that carves right through 3 of your players essentially uncontested, and we all know backhand shots are tough to track, right? But the positioning obviously left something to be desired. So plenty of, if you're looking for blame on the Czech side of things on that play in particular, there's more than enough to go around for all 4 players on the ice.
Dostal's overplaying so badly on that play. Like his right pad's on the other side of the post,
because listen, if you're trying to read it, where do you expect that to go? Probably the short side. So
yeah, I don't know. But and the other, we never when I mentioned the storylines, Binsey, like Bennington came up with
big game Binsey,
unbelievable. So I mean, the crazy amount of storylines in that Canada game were, just never ending. The Koreans just made a split in the third end, Duke, to score 3.
Great shot.
Yeah, and now lead 3-2. Canada's got the hammer in 4. Must-win situation.
So win-win for these two teams.
Pardon me? Yeah.
Yeah.
But, I couldn't name the Korean skip, could you?
No. And even if I knew the name, my pronunciation of it would undoubtedly be incorrect anyway. So
it could be Lee or something, Duke.
I don't think that's much of a Korean name, Kevin. I think that's more of a Chinese name. But
okay. Oh, man. I mentioned, and, there was what's that guy's Skip Bayless sent something out, and then everyone was all over him for talking about 3-on-3 hockey. The guys just now on Fox, before we went on, we're talking about 3-on-3 hockey and how great this is in overtime. They don't know that that's how it is in overtime. But we got a guy coming up here at 7:20 that knows a lot about hockey from the United States. He covers the Columbus Blue Jackets. Jeff Svoboda will be with us to lead things off. I mean, boy, probably the best team going into the break, the Columbus Blue Jackets. When they made the coaching change, they've gone from last place in the Eastern Conference to 9th. It wasn't a situation where, it was a situation where a lot of people thought that they'd be selling, they'd be doing whatever, but now they're right in the thick of things in the wild card situation. So Jeff Svoboda will join us right after the break. Also coming up, we got Mark Spector, Frank Saravalli in the 8 o'clock hour. It'll be good to get to both those guys, talk about Paul Coffey yesterday. I saw Spec down at the rink, and they were interviewing Chris Knobloch and 3 defensemen to talk about Coffey's return to the Edmonton Oilers, and Frank, obviously, in Italy. Matt Larkin from the Daily Faceoff will check in at 9 o'clock. Ladislav Schmid popping in, our co-host, from 9:30 to 11. And then we got Johnny Lazarus from Morning Cup of Hockey will slide by at 10:20. When we come back, Jeff Svoboda, Columbus Blue Jackets insider on the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. We are streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Planning your next event? Let Loca Quality Market cater. From made-to-order meals to gourmet platters to full chef tasting experiences, they make entertaining effortless. Visit loca.ca to start planning today.
Top quality flooring, locally owned, and Canadian products from Beaulieu. Yeah, that's CFI.
CFI what?
No, CFI, Custom Floors Inc. From free estimate to professional installation, contact Custom Floors Inc. at customfloorsinc.ca.
Need a new ride for road trips, errands, or just life on the go? Go Auto offers a massive selection with over 15,000 new and used vehicles to choose from. With over 70 locations across Western Canada, finding your next ride has never been easier. Whether it's a roomy SUV for the family, a sleek car for the open road, or a rugged truck for your weekend adventures, you'll find it here at a price you'll love. Explore thousands of vehicles today at goauto.ca.
At Hughes, it's all about getting in and out quick and clean. No cash, no problem. With Hughes' new tap and wash system, all you need is your debit or credit card to get your vehicle sparkling clean.
Find us at hughescarwash.com.
Who's that working on the underground utilities over there? All Star Construction, that's who. What about the street lighting? Yep, All Star Construction. And the directional drilling, hydrovacking, neighborhood renewal, and telecommunication work? Yep. Since 2009, All Star Construction has been doing all that and more, shaping and building Edmonton communities for land developers all around Edmonton. That's what All Star Construction is all about.
McValue meals are here. Get the McD's you love for $5 plus tax every day with your choice of a McDouble, junior chicken, or chicken snack wrap with small fries and small fountain drink. All for just $5 plus taxes. Canadian restaurants. Product availability varies. Prices exclude delivery.
No fluff, no fillers, just pure entertainment. Sports 1440 brings the heat with bold opinions, big personalities, and Edmonton's fiercest fans. This is your turf. This is Edmonton's sports leader, Sports 1440.
A claims program for harmed Canadians has begun as a result of a landmark tobacco settlement. If you smoked regularly before November 20th, 1998, and were diagnosed with lung cancer, throat cancer, emphysema, or COPD, you may qualify for a significant payment. To learn more, call 888-482-5852 or go to tobaccoclaimscanada.ca.
Stories, guests, and insights. This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 7:20 in Edmonton. Time to talk a little U.S. hockey and Columbus Blue Jackets hockey with Jeff Svoboda. Good morning, Jeff. You're with Kevin Karius once again. Thanks for jumping on Sports 1440. Really appreciate it, as always.
Thanks for having me. Always good to chat up with my friends up in Alberta. Love to do it.
Yeah, oh, it's good to have you, Jeff. And I was just kind of wondering what's the sense down there before we get to the Blue Jackets and their amazing run here under Rick Bowness when he took over. What's the sense? How much play is Olympic hockey getting down in your neck of the woods? I just wanted to maybe mention a quick story. We have Fox Sports, and before we go on the air here in the morning, excuse me, and they don't talk about the Olympics barely. They don't talk about hockey, but what about in your neck of the woods? How much play does it get down there?
It's interesting, and maybe it's because I'm in hockey, but it feels like there's definitely buzz and interest, whether it be anecdotally among friends who are interested or in our office, the end of the Canada-Czechia game yesterday. There's a big group of people, in our office just sitting around the TV watching it. And, there's been some get-together, some watch parties. I know anybody who's been to Columbus for a game or heard of our bar, which is kind of the big watering hole by the arena, kind of the hockey bar, had a really packed crowd on Saturday to watch the U.S. game. So I feel like anecdotally people are interested. And so, maybe it just kind of falls for talk shows kind of in a weird spot. But, I feel like, I don't know if it compares to Canada, but I feel like there's an interest. And I feel like, especially in markets like ours where you have the NHL players and you're watching guys that out there, there's definitely an interest. And, I see, posting on social media about it. Our fans are definitely interested to see how Zach Werenski does. So it feels like there's definitely interest there. And I remember, kind of mentioning watch parties 12 years ago. There was the famous game down here, the TJ Sochi game, where he the shootout against Russia in the preliminary round, where he had a bunch of shootout goals. I remember going out to watch that, and there were, there was an 8 a.m. game, I think, on a Saturday, and there were people out going crazy for it. So, maybe it just kind of depends on where you're at, but I think the interest is definitely there.
So, Jeff, then, if you say you guys were watching the tail end of the Canada-Czech game, that went right through to Finland and Swiss, and then obviously you guys had keen interest on the USA-Sweden game. Have you ever kind of had about a 7 or 8 hour run of hockey like that watching?
Yeah, that's all I could think when Sweden scored to tie the game against the U.S. Yesterday night, afternoon here. Was just what a day of hockey. I mean, that was incredible from tip to tail. You couldn't have 3 better games and 3 better ways to sell this sport. And it kind of reminds me a little bit of a year ago when the Four Nations face-off happened. And, that was an event that, the NHL created. And, no one kind of knew what it was. No one knew what the interest level was going to be. And by the time that puck dropped with USA Canada and the gloves went flying, it was people were riveted down here. And so, when you have these events, best on best international hockey, and it's been so long since we've had it. It's such a great way to sell the game, because of the speed and the passion and everything really comes through in that setting. And so, yeah, I mean, you couldn't have had a better advertisement for the sport yesterday. And, the tournament itself kind of, you had some blowouts, you had some games that were, not super competitive just because of, the nature of, the way that, some of the countries going up against each other. Once you get to this point where it's do or die, and there's, 4 game sevens back to back go to overtime. It was really incredible. So I know people, it just seemed like, it's one of those things that gets hockey, down here where maybe it gets sometimes lost in the conversation and vaults it right back up to the top.
Yeah. You mentioned the Four Nations. What do you think, if Canada and the U.S. can win their semifinal games and, they're favored to win them, both those countries are, how do you think that's going to go down in the States, a one-game showdown on Sunday morning?
Yeah, and you can't have a better matchup other than maybe, down here, the Miracle on Ice, the 1980 gold medal is kind of, still something 46 years later. Maybe it's because it was the last U.S. gold medal at the Olympics, but it's something that's still, the stuff of legend down here in the States. And so, if it was U.S.-Russia, maybe, the geopolitical ties to it. But U.S.-Canada, it's in America, you think of hockey, you think of Canada. And so if it ends up being that matchup, you end up having a very compelling reason to watch and to have, the neutral fan or the casual fan or someone who maybe isn't drawn in to hockey all that much, that's what they think of probably when they think of hockey. And, they harken back to that Four Nations game in games last year. So, yeah, like I was actually talking with some people in our office, and, some people, there's, they're like kind of like they wanted to see the upset yesterday. They were rooting for Czechia because people love the underdog. And but I was like, if Canada lost, though, it takes away some of the compelling nature of this event. Like, maybe you want that USA-Canada final. So I think that would be something that would really just be a spectacle because, these teams have played so much. They're neighbors. There's so much going on with these two countries. And when you think of hockey, they've probably become the two best countries in the world. And that's kind of what you want to see in a gold medal game.
Yeah, no question about that. Jeff Svoboda, Columbus Blue Jackets insider, with us on the Kevin Karius Show here on Sports 1440. Let's switch gears and talk about the Blue Jackets. And man, oh man, there wasn't a hotter team going into the Olympic break, and that coincided with the changing of the coaches. Jeff, can you put your finger on what it was when Rick Bowness came in here and basically took this team from last to ninth in the Eastern Conference?
Yeah, the biggest thing everyone has talked about is communication. And, he has a very different communication style from Dean Evison had, the previous coach. And Dean was someone who believed in delegating. He believed in, not just hearing one voice, having the assistants, be a big part of what they were doing. And, everybody has different styles. And it worked a season ago when the Blue Jackets were probably the most surprising team in the NHL. Just missing the playoffs by 2 games, but everyone said going into last year they were going to be a last-place team. But this year, especially as the losses and the frustrating losses were mounting, there was a lot of third-period leads that disappeared, and it just felt like they needed a shakeup. They felt like they were a better team than they were showing, and they needed a shakeup. And Rick Bowness came in, and he's Mr. Communication. He's a guy, you see him on the ice every day. You see him in the locker room having a conversation with players. He's always talking to guys. He's always whether it be just a how was your night kind of conversation, a quick 10-second flyby, or pulling guys aside in practice and having 4 or 5 minute talks about here's what we need from you, here's what I think you can be, how do we get to that level. I think that's what the team needed at this point, and it's been obviously, you said winning 10 out of 11, the hottest team in the Eastern Conference, probably the only team in the NHL that didn't want the Olympic break to happen because of just how well they were playing. But it just seems that he was the right guy at the right time. And, you follow the sport. The margins of winning and losing are so thin. And sometimes all it takes is that little switch to flip and that little difference to make something happen. And I guess you could say a new head coach is a big difference. But what Rick has brought in is what this team needed at the time. And, the Blue Jackets are going to try to recapture that coming out of the break here.
Jeff Svoboda with us on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. The defensive angle to, really almost shave off almost a goal since he's come in. I think what are they at 2.18 goals against, which is second since his arrival. Is that just a commitment to team defense or what are you thinking?
I think they've made some tweaks. You can't, really change everything in the middle of a season. Bones jumped on kind of a moving train more than halfway through the year. And, he gets hired on a Monday. His first game is Tuesday night. So he flies up Monday night, meets his team Tuesday morning, and they're on the ice the next night. So, from a schematic standpoint, you probably can't change a ton. But they've added some tweaks as time has gone on, a little bit every day. It's like, okay, here's one thing we want to do from a scheme standpoint that we're going to do differently than what we did under the previous staff. And so you're seeing a little bit of that. But it's maybe a buy-in, maybe just a belief. You win a couple games and suddenly, like I say, that switch flips and things just get a little easier, or that commitment. I mean, everybody was committed, but you just hit that next level or whatever it might be. But yeah, you look at the numbers and it's not just goals. They were one of the worst teams in the NHL when it came to slot attempts against, high danger chances against, expected goals against. And then since Rick Bowness has come in, I think they're first in the NHL, at least according to Natural Stat Trick, and high danger chances against at 5-on-5 for 60 minutes. You know, they're top 10 in slot chances and expected goals. So that commitment to defense, I think, is definitely improved. And, you know, Bonus has said from the day he came in, you know, you can defend your way into the playoffs. You can't score your way into the playoffs. And if you look at the numbers, you know, I think you see the teams that make the playoffs are the best defensive teams. And so since he's come in, that's pretty much all they've talked about. They've made a couple changes as time has gone on, not quite getting to the Rick Bonus style, but, you know, some things that he thought they could do better. And it's paid dividends in the numbers, and it's paid dividends in wins and losses.
So, Jeff, I mean, the team's banging on the door as far as a playoff spot goes for a wild card, 4 points back with the game in hand. So it wasn't long ago when probably management was looking at moving a Charlie Coyle or a Mason Marchment or maybe Goodbranson on the back end. What's the philosophy and the strategy now moving forward?
Yeah, I actually talked to President and General Manager Don Waddell about this the other day. You can read that at BlueJackets.com. Got to throw the promo in. But you know, he kind of outlined, you know, the strategy at the deadline, and he said, yeah, you know, when we made this change, you know, barring you know, a win streak like the one they had, they were probably going to be in sell mode. They were probably going to be a team that was going to, you know, the UFAs to be are, you know, you mentioned Charlie Coyle, Eric Goodbranson, you know, Mason Marchment, a guy that they got earlier this year. And even Captain Boone Jenner, you know, guys that, you know how it is in the NHL. If you're not in the race at the deadline, the UFAs go, and you know that's where they were. But you know they've now had to kind of change their philosophy a little bit to where, you know, unless they're, you know, it's just a real struggle coming out of the break. They have 5 games before the trade deadline. You know, if they go 0-5, that would change probably the philosophy back a little bit to really having to explore being sellers. But you know, if they're still in this race, you know, the plan is they don't want to do anything to hurt this team because, you know, they've not been in the playoffs since the bubble year, 2020. You know, this is a market and a fan base and a group of players that, you know, wants to make the playoffs, and it's important to make the playoffs. They're a young team whose best years theoretically are still ahead of them because of how young, you know, so many players on the roster are, the Fantillis and the Kent Johnsons and, you know, some of these players that they're building around. It's really important for them to play playoff hockey. So if they're in this mix, they're not going to do anything to hurt the team. You know, Don said he doesn't expect them to necessarily, considering how many UFAs to be they have, you know, taking on rentals is probably not what they're going to do. But they're in a position now where they're not going to hurt this team. They're going to give it every chance to make a playoff run unless things really go badly out of the break.
Yeah, Jeff Svoboda, our guest on the Kevin Carey Show, covers the Columbus Blue Jackets. You know, we were talking about Macklin Celebrini and how valuable he is to the San Jose Sharks. When you look at the point difference between Celebrini and Smith and some others in San Jose. But let's look at it at the Blue Jackets roster. If the Blue Jackets were to make the playoffs, I mean, Zach Werenski should get some serious consideration for the Hart because of how valuable he is to his team. What do you think about that, Jeff?
It would be hard for me to argue that because watching this team on a daily basis, and now you see it at the Olympics with as well as he's played as well on that stage. It's kind of basically the exact same game he's played for the Blue Jackets. Is just how he controls games, and he's got the gaudy statistics. You know, he's second in the NHL among defensemen in goals. You know, behind Bush, I believe, and is second in points as well. I think I forget exactly how the numbers break down who's first in whichever one. I know Bush is up there. You know, he gets the points because he's such a skilled offensive player. But what you see on a regular basis is just the way he controls games with the pace. You know, his ability to know when to settle the game down, his ability to know when to push, his ability to, you know, he's not, you know, because he is an offensive guy. He's not, you know, the world's most physical in-your-face defenseman, but the way he defends with his stick and keeps plays to the outside and limits transition rushes. You know, his fingers are all over every game the Blue Jackets play. And he's really been the driving force for them, and especially in stretches where they were struggling earlier this year. He was the guy that would put his foot down and say, you know, like, hey, I'm taking over this game. Like, we are not losing this game if I have anything to say about it. So, you know, watching him on a night in, night out basis, you know, it would be hard for me. You know, there's obviously great players all across the NHL, and not to denigrate any of those players, but just the way he controls games, it's a sight to behold, you know, on a nightly basis, and he does it as well as anybody in the game. And so, yeah, from my perspective, just you know, obviously, you know, you're biased toward the players you see on a nightly basis, but man, the way he controls games and the way he plays on a daily basis, it's hard to imagine a player who's more valuable to what his team is all about than the way Zach Werenski has played this year. And going back into last year, really cementing himself as one of the, going from an all-star caliber player to a Norris caliber player on a nightly basis.
Denton Matejchuk, what's the learning curve been like for him, Jeff, compared to last year, going into his, he wasn't a full season last year, but what's it been like watching him this year compared to last?
It's been super impressive. And, I always say when I watch him, he doesn't play like a 21-year-old defenseman. And, you just don't see many guys at the age that he's at. And in the middle of his, second season, he just passed 82 games played at the NHL level. The poise he plays with is truly remarkable. And, maybe we're a little bit spoiled now with, the Matthew Schaefers of the world coming in. There's some guys that, just have that ability. It's probably the hardest position in the league for a young player other than goalie. But among skaters, playing defense is so difficult. So many variables that go into it. And Denton just plays at a poise level that's well beyond his years. And he came up a year ago and played really well, but didn't have much of an offensive impact. And if you looked at his history, whether it be, up in Red Deer or with Cleveland in the AHL last year, he was a very offensive player. And talked to him a little bit about that at the start of this year. And he said, he was a 20-year-old defenseman in the NHL last year. He didn't want to make mistakes. He was defense first because it's natural. That's just what happens when you make it to the NHL level playing that position. But he said he wanted to try to identify this year.
Oh, did we just lose him, Duke? I think we might have just lost Jeff Svoboda. Well, we were kind of wrapping things up there anyway, Jeff. I think we just lost his audio, correct, Duke? Yeah, okay. Well, send Jeff a text back because we just lost his audio. So, hey, Jeff, if you can hear us, thanks a lot. Really appreciate you coming on. We'll talk soon. It was a great conversation. I love the, talking about, and I wanted to get in Jet Greaves, but unfortunately we just lost your audio. So we got it. Can you hear us now, Jeff?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. So we just lost your audio for a moment there. So I guess like you were just wrapping up on Denton Matejchuk, but I actually wanted to get one more in with Jet Greaves. And, we talked about how valuable Werenski's been. Greaves is right there as well. What's Don Waddell going to do with this guy? Because, I think of him similar to what Dustin Wolf is or was and is in Calgary. And then the contract extension that he got. Is that something that we'd be looking at with Greaves here?
I'd have to think so because he's passed every test. He's a guy that came in and spent 4 years in the AHL, was signed after the pandemic coming out of the OHL where, he didn't get to play his last year and a half in juniors. So he was kind of a project, but, the Jackets had him. He had a relationship with former goaltending coach Manny Legacy. And so there's some familiarity there, but, they had him at, the prospects tournament the 1 year. They had him at the rookie camp in the summer. And, there's just something about the guy. He's, goalies have their reputation sometimes of being a little bit different, a little bit aloof, but Jet is one of the guys. And, he has a personality that everybody loves. It's hard to explain him unless you're around him on a daily basis, but like you cannot find someone that has a negative word to say about Jet Greaves. First, his personality and the way that he interacts with people, one of the most respectful, likable, people you'll ever come across. But the way he puts in the work on a nightly basis too, he learned, as a fringe prospect, he coming out of the O, he had to learn, the game had to learn what worked for him. He had to put in the work. And he developed routines and things that allowed him to be the best goaltender he could be. And he's passed every test. Like I said, he went to the A, put in the 4 years, got better every year, got some call-ups to the NHL, impressed every single time he was in the net. And now this year, there was still a question of, could he handle the workload? Could he do it on a nightly basis? And he's done it. And players love playing in front of him because of just the calm, collected nature that he plays with. He reads the game so well. He steers rebounds to where they need to go. He just plays the position. He's not the biggest guy in the world, but he just plays the position so well. And he's a guy that, I think you have to look at. I think he's an RFA after this year. Especially, Elvis Merzlikins now contract is on the back half of that. I think they view Jet as someone that they want to build around. And, it's one of those stories that you just can't help but root for the guy because of this personality and the way he's done it. He's earned everything he's gotten. And you want guys like that. Yeah. And he's one of the best stories in the NHL. A quick anecdote. I put this on Twitter last night, but, so many NHL players over the break, went somewhere sunny. They were sitting on the beach. He went and visited his brother who played at Princeton, and his brother was at morning skate. Jet went in and was sitting in on classes at Princeton just to learn something. Like, I mean, how many guys in the NHL, how many goalies do that? You know, he's a curious guy. He's always about self-improvement. He's a unique guy, and I think that, you know, the fans love him, players love him. He's someone you have to build around, I think, if you're the Columbus Blue Jackets.
Oh, great story. Hey, Jeff, thanks so much for your insight on, the Olympics and Columbus down there. Enjoy the semifinals tomorrow and then the Olympic final, and then we're right back at it after the break. As always, thanks for coming on. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and sorry about the mic.
Oh, no worries. It was probably on our end anyway. Sure it was, eh? Jeff Svoboda covers the Columbus Blue Jackets. Again, Jet Greaves, that's quite the story with Princeton, but that's a guy that I think he's in that category where Dustin Wolf falls into, with that extension and $7+ million and things like that. So they got some young guys, and they're going in the right direction. Rick Bowness is 70 years old, Duke, 70 years old, and he's the fountain of youth. He's a guy that, I'm not saying that I've interviewed him a lot, but, been in several scrums with him over the years. But he's always like a jovial guy. There isn't one person that has anything bad to say about him. He's just a good guy. And that's, you want to play for that. And I mean, maybe they don't continue on out of the break, the Blue Jackets, like they did entering the Olympic break, but it's been a hell of a run. And I mean, Rick Bowness has a big part to do with that. So when we come back, I think we'll hear from Chris Knobloch, Edmonton Oilers head coach from yesterday. I caught the tail end of the scrum. So, obviously he was asked about Paul Coffey and things like that. So we'll hear from the Oilers head coach when we come back. And there was also some interviews with Matthias Ekholm and Jake Wallman, Evan Bouchard, and maybe we'll get to those as the morning progresses as well. It's the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne and Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. We are streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, and Instagram.
Made for some rough roads, but it means trails are now packed and ready for action. Don't miss out on riding adventures this winter with a Ski-Doo from Riverside Honda and Ski-Doo. Work or play with new 2026 Generation 5 models with class-leading design and power. And right now, take advantage of 5.99% financing OAC. Only at Riverside Honda and Ski-Doo. 15 Inglewood Drive in St. Albert. And always at riversidehonda.com. Shop local, shop Canadian.
Do you listen to sports radio at work? Like right now? Well, do you? Who, me? No way. I swear. Okay, friend, we won't tell. Tens of thousands of sports fans listen to Sports 1440 each and every day. On the radio, on the listening apps, on YouTube, and on social media. If you listen to Sports 1440 at work, well, maybe it's time to advertise on Sports 1440 at work. Grow your business. Get your name out there. Shoot our ad team an email. Gregor@sports1440.ca. Let's get to work for you. Business owners, if rising electricity costs are cutting into your profits, there's a smarter way forward. Right now, federal clean technology tax credits can cover 30 to over 50% of the cost of a commercial solar system, delivering an immediate return on your investment. And in Edmonton and Sturgeon County, the Commercial Clean Energy Improvement Program offers long-term financing for up to 20 years, making solar more affordable than ever. Lock in lower energy costs for decades and strengthen your bottom line. Visit GreatCanadianSolar.com to get started.
This hockey season, before every game, check out the pregame show with Andrew Walker on Sports 1440. It's brought to you by Titan Supply, your only source for rigging, lifting, and hauling products. Visit titansupply.ca.
The job won't wait. Why should you? At AWS Welding Supplies and Repairs, conveniently located in Nisku, we've got everything you need to get it done. From product sales to servicing and calibrating machines, we're your one-stop shop. We're a proud, locally owned and operated business, committed to serving our community with a proven track record of customer service. Don't let a broken tool slow you down. We offer fast repairs and free same-day delivery of in-stock items to Leduc, Nisku, and South Edmonton. AWS Welding. We make it happen.
Heard of Uline? You know, the have-it-all in stock, ready to deliver shipping and industrial supply specialists. The company that does things for you that are unheard of, like keeping 41,000 items in stock in our own warehouses. The customer service reps on the line to get you what you need, when you need it, 24/7, 365, every time. Maybe you heard it here first. Want to hear more? Visit uline.ca. ULINE. Your shipping and industrial supply specialists.
Invest for today and tomorrow. Vision Credit Union makes it simple with 2 RRSP options to fit your goals. Choose a secure term deposit RRSP with guaranteed returns or a mutual fund RRSP offering higher growth potential with exciting opportunities. With an RRSP, you'll save on your income tax, grow your investments tax-free, and get closer to your dreams. Whether it's retirement or your first home, the deadline to qualify for 2025 tax deductions is March 2nd. Learn more at visioncu.ca.
You're listening to Sports 1440 and watch us on YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Sports 24/7. We are Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 746 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick with you here on our Sports 1440 studios in West Edmonton Mall. Tiger says, best song, great job, Duke. Now, Tiger, like, is he copying me? Because that's my favorite.
I'll say this, Kev. Tiger was in first saying that was his favorite BA song.
No, when was this?
Like since day one, essentially.
The king of Fort Nasty texted in a while back when you said about everyone hanging around the bar. He says, morning, boys. Wait, there's a bar at the Stingray Studios? Man, you guys got her made. And then you say it's not stocked anymore like it used to be back in the day. Now, I wanted to ask you, and I forgot, or just got sidetracked earlier, when you guys were finishing up the show on Fantasy Frenzy, and Canada scored at what, about, I don't know, was it about quarter after 11?
Sure.
Ballpark? Could you hear the amount of people that were, did you hear the big cheer out there?
Yeah. Connor seemed to think that our TVs were on a, like, even the most mild couple second delay compared to the one out there, because he thinks he heard that before seeing it, but
really?
I don't buy it. I mean, they're both on cable, so I don't really know what that would be about.
Yeah. You know, yeah, there was, I don't know, there was probably 10 of us hanging around out there and just kind of, well, you know, everyone, there were some people that were watching down in the sales pit, but they were, they said they were on
because they would have been streaming it.
Yeah.
So there definitely would have been a
They
delay
were
on
on
that
a delay.
compared to the TVs, right?
Hey, what time did the first tweet or whatever social media post or about the 6 men on the ice?
I saw it about well after the like, it
goal.
would have been towards the end of Fantasy Frenzy when I saw it.
So like 11:45 we're talking?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It really is that. And you mentioned it off the top of the show, like Canadian players didn't see it. James Duthie reporting that he talked to all the Czech players. None of them. I think he said one Czech player was aware of it, that they had that many guys out there. And it's borderline funny as a Canadian because they ended up winning the game. Like you look back and say, there's obviously the 6 guys in the defensive zone, sends the puck up ice. Then there's still 6 guys like in the celebration along the glass after they score. At one point when you're like looking around and giving everybody head pats and high fives, you'll be like, wait a minute, there might be one extra of us in here.
But that's happened before. That to me, that's not as egregious as everyone back in your own zone, right? Like you've got like someone's come on the ice when someone scored. You know, there might be a chance. You know,
yeah,
what I'm
but
saying?
like if that happens, do you flock to the total opposite side of the ice down in the corner for the little group celebration?
You know,
it was giving me flashbacks to watching the Miracle on Ice documentary on Netflix, where every goal the Americans scored, the entire team came onto the ice. Which, Kevin, you're older than me. Was that normal back then for that to happen?
Well,
I couldn't believe it watching that documentary. I was floored by it.
I just think because of, you know, the magnitude, and you're talking more about the Russian game because it happened in the Swiss game too, with when they scored with 30 seconds left to tie the game. Remember?
Well, no, I'm over the course of the documentary, every single goal celebration that they showed, the entire American team came onto the ice.
I just don't think, you know, you're going to give a penalty at that point because
and that's what I mean. So I was just confused watching it without realizing. I had to think to myself, is this how it was back then? Was this normal for when a team would score, the whole team comes out for a little celebration, then whatever, 15 of them pile back into the bench and everyone else lines up for the face-off?
Tim texted, as for the 6 players on the ice, isn't that a video coach fail? Well, no, Tim, probably not, because what would happen anytime, and a lot of the things, if you're ever at an Oilers game and there's 6 players of the opposition on the ice, I mean, you've got 3, 4, 5,000 fans going too many men. And then that might have coincided at the same time with players and or coaches on the bench saying, screaming, too many men, too many men. And then that alerts the referees. So there's 12,000 people there yesterday or whatever they fit into this barn. Not one of them screamed out too many men. That's like, again, to have the whole building, both, well, the coaches and the players off Team Canada, it's just insane to think that nobody caught it because it was on for such a long time. And for the most part, too many men happen on egregious line changes around the players' bench. This was, again, a great picture that we had sent in from Italy, from the truck. And again, from behind the net, because that picture hasn't come out yet. And it's cool. It's cool for sure. We got time for Chris Knobloch, Duke, here? Or what?
Yeah, we can squeeze her in.
So yesterday, had to mention, so Paul Coffey obviously was announced, and that was during the game, and maybe they were trying to slide this under the carpet.
That's the old classic news dump when everything else is going on.
Slide this under the carpet because it came right down at 10:30. We were just going to break, Duke, and you were in my ear saying they just hired Paul Coffey or made it official. So anyway, that happened, and then the Oilers had practice at 11, and that was in the downtown community arena. And following that, several players talked, including the head coach, Chris Knobloch.
How's the break?
Break was good.
Go away?
Not very far.
Not very far.
Mountains and Saskatoon.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I guess we want to start with bringing Paul back behind the bench. Just a thought on that and how he's going to help the group.
Well, I think he can offer a lot to our group. And right now, I think we need a little jolt, a little something to change the direction of where our team's been going. And I've got a lot of respect for Paul. My time working with him, I didn't know him before, but obviously I liked working with him and thought between the two of us and this coaching staff that we've had in the past that we've got the most out of the guys. And with him coming back, I think it'll give us that jolt, and I think he'll add some new perspectives. And, I've been talking to Paul throughout the season, throughout the summer, and, through stretches of good and bad throughout the year, and got his perspective on how he saw our team playing and what we need to improve on. And, I just think with, like I said before, where our team is at right now, we're just okay. And we feel that we need a little something to just push us over, give us a little something. And, I think Paul will add to that.
Losing Paul, choosing not to have him back this year, and then losing Gulletson off your staff from last year. Was that just maybe too much experience for, to recover from all at the same time?
I have a lot of respect for both Gulletson and Paul Coffey, and I think they're great coaches. But I do have a lot of confidence in the guys that came in here. Mark Stewart is a great coach. I know the players have a lot of respect for him. Paul McFarland's been in the NHL. He's been coaching for a while, and yes, he is younger, but I'm not sure anybody knows the game as well as he does. The X's and O's and the communication he has with the players. So I just think it's you see teams get a little stale. Things aren't going as well as they have been, and we've had a couple long seasons, and we feel we got to change things up a little bit. And I think Paul coming in here will change things up a little bit and change it for the better.
What's the focus of this little break? As we said, how do you make this be the thing that translates into you guys during the season?
Well, first of all, right now we're looking at getting the guys' hands and feet going again, and there's a long break, and I'm sure that's what a majority of the teams are looking at. But emphasis on defensive details, and we've been talking about that throughout the year of how we can get better, and we made some adjustments to our systems to just stress certain points of being able to protect the dangerous areas a little bit better, and pressure in different situations. So I think for the most part during this stretch, it would be just getting better defensively and implementing a little bit changes to our system.
So, Paul comes in as Mark's role change a little bit, or
obviously it will change a little bit. Mark will not be running the defense, but like last year, Mark was involved with the defenseman. He was showing defenseman video among other players. So him and Paul communicating quite regularly about what they see with the defense and how they can be better with deep pairs, allotment and stuff like that. And obviously Mark will still stay with the penalty kill. But just, I guess what will change the most on Mark's role is just not running the bench.
He'll be in the press box then, and Coffey's on the bench?
No, it'll be same as last year. He was on the bench last year with us, and he'll stay on the
So you're
bench.
just adding another guy behind the bench.
We're adding another guy to the bench.
Okay.
Chris Knobloch yesterday following the owner's skate. Again, they'll go for a few more days here and then have a practice, through the weekend and on Monday, and then leave for California following practice on Monday. We'll discuss this and more. So way less responsibility, less on his plate for Mark Stewart moving forward. But we'll discuss this with Mark Spector when we return at the top of the hour. Also coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, Frank Saravalli from Victory Plus TV. Before that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by AWS Welding Supplies in Nisku. Product sales, servicing, calibrating, free same-day delivery of in-stock items to Leduc, to Nisku, and even South Edmonton. Your one-stop shop for all things welding, awswelding.ca. Here is the Duke.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
This morning from Italy, Brad Jacobs men's curling rink losing its final round robin game to Norway 8-6, still finishing in second place, and will play Norway again at 11 o'clock, this time in a semi-final matchup. Currently, Rachel Holman and her women's team taking on Korea, tied at 4 in the sixth. Then this game is win and in for the final semi-final berth. At 8:30, the men's 1,500-meter speed skating final has David Leroux and Daniel Lee in the field. And at 11:10, Canada's women's hockey team will play for gold as underdogs against the United States. From the men's side of the hockey field, head coach John Cooper providing an update on Sidney Crosby this morning, not ruling him out for the remainder of the tournament after yesterday's injury against Czechia. Outside of Canadian action, the women's hockey bronze medal game on as we speak, tied at 0 after the first period. Check that, Sweden leading Switzerland 1-0. Coming up in hour 2 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll be joined by Sportsnet's Mark Spector, as well as Frank Saravalli from Victory Plus TV. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440 in West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin. CKJR is a Stingray radio station.
Download the free radio player app and listen wherever you go.
60 years ago, we started selling trucks as Western GMC Buick. Today, we are Wolf GMC Buick. We're still located on the corner of 184th Street and Stony Plain Road with the same ownership for over 2 decades. Our customers have trusted our family-owned, community-driven business. And for that, we are thankful. If you're looking for a truck or SUV, pop in and one of our seasoned professionals will get you a great deal, hassle-free. Come trust our team at Wolf GMC Buick. Wolf GMC Buick. We're making it easy.
Welcome, gentlemen, to the nerve center of game-watching greatness, my sanctuary, my Bro Zone.
Whoa, giant screen, comfy chairs. You've thought of everything.
Almost everything. What are the snacks? We can't cheer on Canada without the proper fuel.
Way ahead of you. Wilhauk Beef Jerky, the official snack of the Bro Zone.
For a truly Canadian snack to cheer on our truly Canadian athletes, you need Wilhauk Beef Jerky, made with Alberta pride, right here in Leduc.
Remember 2025? That's so last year. But seriously, St. Albert Dodge needs to clear some 2025 models off the lot to make room for new inventory. So they're having a huge clear out of all the remaining new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Saharas. The Sahara package is the best seller, so they have a great selection to choose from and priced from as low as $59.9. I don't have to tell you, these are going to go fast. So get there before they are gone. Just head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
You wanted
Sports on weekends. Saturday mornings at 9. Check out the Saturday Sports Setup, where we'll tee up what's happening on the weekend sports scene. Tune in Saturday morning at 9 on Sports 1440.
You see it? Fusion Promo Marketing can make it. Fusion makes high-quality, memorable promotional products for businesses, sports teams, and corporate events. From vision to reality, get noticed and remembered. Fusion with a Z. Promomarketing.ca.
Oh, Canada. Jiffy Lube is here to keep you moving through mornings like these. Full synthetic oil changes, quality Pennzoil products, tire checks, battery tests, and everything else your car needs to get through our winters. Stop by Jiffy Lube for fast, easy, warranty-approved service. No appointment, no hassle. Just dependable service right when you need it. Jiffy Lube, keeping you moving through this.
Just in time for the morning skate. This is the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 8:01 in Edmonton, and time now for On the Mark, brought to you by Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Fall in love with Buick for the month of February. Why not? Just had Valentine's Day. Lisa, 2026 Buick Envision all-wheel drive with zero down. And get this, just $265 bi-weekly payments. That includes the GST. Shop now at northgategm.com as we welcome in Mark Spector from Rogers Sportsnet. Good morning, Spec.
Morning. Just watching the Canadian ladies. It look like they're setting up for a 4 here.
Well, could be a little run back here. We'll see what happens. The Duke has got Duke's doing the commentating on curling today.
Is he?
Oh, yeah. I don't know what kind of run back is set up here. Maybe a triple run back, Duke, for 4. Hey? He's talking about goaltending. He's talking about curling. He's talking about everything this morning.
He's an expert, It's good to have expert analysis on this show from somebody.
Yeah, it's not coming in the 8:00 block, is it? That was about 7.5 hours of, I said, theater, drama yesterday, Spec. Starting at 8:40 in the morning all the way till 34 in the afternoon. It was wild. Never seen her before.
Yeah, it is. It is crazy how all of a sudden parity sets in the medal round. These are the intangibles of sport, right? Like when their Olympic lives are on the line, things get different. It's not, you can't replicate that qualifying round Czech team against the Czech team that's playing for their lives, and if they lose, they go home. It's never going to be the same. And it's a great equalizer yesterday for sure.
I asked Schlemmer, he was in here while we're watching the game, and it's 2-2 and 3-2. We'll get to that 6-man goal here in a second, Spec. Yep. But, I asked him, I said, okay, what point here, Schlemmer, is it where you are, a player that, you want to have the puck on your stick, but you also, I can't be that guy that's going to make a little error here because, you think of, even Taves blasting that one into Natchez for the breakaway. You know what I mean? You're going, oh man, I could have just cost us, a gold medal here. You know what I mean?
Well, you can't be afraid to play. That's what guys tell me. I'm not, I've never been in that situation, but the players who I've talked to over many, many years say the worst thing you can do is go out there and be afraid to be the guy that makes a mistake. Then you probably will be the guy. We'll never know if we could qualify Taves' shot as a bad decision. There's 6 guys out there,
Get you.
I don't know. Maybe he didn't think that there's going to be anyone. Maybe he kind of did the mental look and said, I should have a lane here. And there's a 6th guy jumping into it. I thought there was 2 breaks they got. They got a break on that shot block because it just went right up back to center ice where Natchez could take it at a breakaway or on a rush. And then there was the Natchez breakaway with. Yeah.
We're talking about 2 different plays here.
Yeah, we're talking. Sorry, but the point is the shot block from Taves went it just went right out of the zone, and the Czechs took it away on a 3-on-2.
Mhm.
And then in the Natchez breakaway late in the game, the same thing. It was a shot block, went right back up the gut, and he had a breakaway. So those are the breaks of the game.
Mhm.
I guess, you got to make sure you get pucks through for that very reason. But I'll tell you what, the Czechs had every chance to win that game. They sure did.
Yeah. Well, all three of the games could have went either way. All three of those games could have went either way.
Yeah, right. I mean, what happens if Hedman's playing for Sweden? That's a huge break for the U.S. that they lose their top defenseman, their captain I think he's their captain, isn't he?
He was his assistant. Landeskog was captain.
That's it. Sorry, Landeskog. But they lose a hugely important player in the warm-up.
Yeah.
That's a huge break for U.S. and they end up needing overtime to beat Sweden.
Yeah. I believe Canada's just put a 4 spot on the board here. Could be.
Could be
5 maybe? Yeah, it could be 5.
No.
So Rachel Holman, you don't crack 4-enders very often in the Olympics. It is a 4-ender. So 8-4 after 6. Holman leads Korea spec. So it's win and get into the playoffs. And after a 1-3 start, if she can hang on here, she'll go off to the semifinals. So
she can beat anybody. I mean,
sure.
She's going to go in with not a great record because they had a lousy start, but that doesn't matter to me. Rachel Holman's, she can beat anybody she plays on a given day.
We're talking spec here about like the 6 guys on the ice. And Duke is figuring by the first time that anyone, and you would have been down at the rink at this time, because I saw you shortly thereafter. The first time that he felt that anyone spoke about it in Italy or anywhere in the world was around 11:45, like a half an hour after the game. This is just absolutely insane.
Yeah, I don't know has anyone taken credit for spotting this?
There was a guy that took a picture from around the center ice. And actually, Spec, we got a picture from a buddy of mine that's working as a cameraman there. And he sent me the picture from the truck this morning. He sent it to Sports 1440. I was going to put it out, but I don't want to get him into any trouble with rights and all that crap. So anyway, like that's the main picture that's better than the other one that was floating around there. That's all I could tell you.
Okay, so someone obviously grabbed it off of a TV monitor after the game. I mean, not a soul, because no one talked about it during the heading into overtime. It certainly wasn't. No one was aware. It's amazing to me, the reason. Everybody probably knows this, or maybe if you're not around hockey, you don't. But if you took up all the too many men in the ice penalties called in an NHL season, I'm going to say that half of them are spotted by officials, and probably the other half are spotted by the team that's being offended against. Like Canada,
and fans, Spec. Think about
fans who yell and scream, and then everyone notices, and the refs start counting. Yeah. The officials have a lot to watch out for, and it's incredible that the entire Team Canada bench, all the players on the ice, 4 officials, all missed that call, and no one even saw it in right after the goal was scored. There's 6 guys in the celebration for the Czech goal. Whoever saw a celebration with 6 skaters in it, and even that wasn't a clue. So that's a once in a lifetime. I've never seen such a blatant example of too many men go completely unnoticed by everybody.
Yeah, for sure. Mark Spector with us on Sports 1440. So news with Sidney Crosby this morning saying that he is not out for games moving forward here. I don't know. For me, I'm just feeling it's more of a smoke screen going forward here. Where do you feel on it?
I mean, this is the conversation we have about the Oilers all the time. Is you're asking me a question for which I have zero information to base my answer on. I don't know. I don't know how hurt he is. Maybe he's taking 1 day off. He's going to be fine. Maybe he's at ACL surgery already. I don't know. All things in between are possible. That's the point. They'll keep it a secret. That's their right to do. Because I guess they don't want to put a little fuel into Finland's tank. But I'd be honest with you, if Sid's not playing, and this is his last Olympics, that's more fuel in Canada's tank than it is in Finland's tank.
And then Connor McDavid likely wears the C, you would think.
Yeah, and
forward?
it becomes a win this one for Sid thing,
Yeah,
right?
sure
That's
does.
what it becomes. I mean, they already started that after the second period. They came out and between periods, they told each other, this is not going to be Crosby's last game at the Olympics here. We're not going out like this.
Mhm.
And they use that as some mental fuel, some emotion. They won the game. And that will, that's what athletes do. Like, well, athletes, that's what they do. They take clearly a negative, losing Sid Crosby, and they try to turn it into as positive a thing as they possibly could. And to be honest, that's a big one. When you lose a guy like Sid, and it's his last Olympics probably, this is something that they'll build their Olympics around this one.
Hey, before we get to yesterday down at Oilers, just maybe a thought on the women's gold medal game here coming up in a few hours, about 11:10, I guess. Not many people are giving Canada a chance in this one, Spec.
Well, I mean, that's fair. It's one thing to pick with your heart. If I told you to put $100 on one team, I know where you'd put it. You can, right? When you're 0-7, is it 0-7 or 0-8?
Yeah, haven't beaten them in 7 games, and they've been outscored like 30-7 or something like that.
Yeah, so I was going to say, it's not only 0-7, it's a bunch of blowouts inside that 0-7. So they've given no one a reason to believe that they can beat the U.S. Having said that, right, the Olympics are a funny place. Yeah. Stuff happens, man. Stuff happens at the Olympics. Some people get tight. Some people play a better than they would have played before. There's heroes born at the Olympics that you never expected. So I'll tell you what, I'm not telling you I'm betting on Canada, but I wouldn't miss a game. It might be a game that you remember for a long time.
Mm-hmm. Mark Spector with us from Rogers Sportsnet, 8-11 in Edmonton. So you were sort of down in the scrum there yesterday, talked to a few Oilers defensemen and Chris Knobloch. Obviously, the big story yesterday was Paul Coffey coming out and saying that he's returning, or he didn't. The team said that he's returning, but Coffey's going to arrive tomorrow. I guess Chris Knobloch, would you say he chose his words carefully during that interview? How would you kind of maybe go about describing that scrum, Spec?
Yeah, he's a team player. I mean, I'd say this to you. I've covered the NHL for most 35 years. I can't think of an instance where a head coach, basically fired an assistant coach in the summer and then asked him to come back in February. Can you?
No. I can't, to be honest with you.
So. No, nor can I think of one where they fired the assistant coach and then consulted with him all year and took his advice. I can't think of that ever happening before. So, I mean, I'm a guy that goes, as I always say, I go on history. The history here tells me that Knobloch, I mean, we know that Knobloch didn't want Coffey on his staff, or he'd have had him on his staff in September.
Yeah.
And now he's got him back on his staff. It's obviously an organizational decision. Someone's making it. Don't ask me who. I'm not positive on that. But so he'll make the best of it.
Are you 100% sure that Paul didn't want to start the year on the staff?
Yeah, I'm sure Paul wanted to start the year in the staff. Yeah.
100%?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say so. So
I had some good conversations yesterday, Spec, with some guys down there, and the feeling I got that there's no animosity between the two at all. And again, you heard, Knobloch was saying several times that he was in contact. He's been in contact with Paul Coffey. And even when you listen to Matthias Ekholm as well, you would say that, Paul's been around the team and people just don't see it. Maybe they go out east and they're, wherever they are, and he shows up, and maybe he's here at times, and, it's at certain times where the media or people don't get wind of it. So, he's an advisor. He is Daryl Cates's almost right-hand man, you could say. And you know what, Spec? I mean, there was, when everything's said and done here down the road, I think Daryl Cates would say, I want my son to take over as a governor or whatever as this team. But I'll tell you one thing, that Paul Coffey is in that mix and in that conversation as well.
Yeah, so you're telling me that probably Daryl Cates wouldn't have loved the fact that Knobloch didn't have him on a staff in September, and now things haven't gone very well, and now Coffey's coming back.
Yeah.
So
And I think, and again, you know how Koff is. I mean, he wants to see the team succeed, and that's the bigger picture here, wouldn't you say?
This isn't a Paul Coffey problem. Let's make that clear. You know, Paul he wanted to help right from the start, and now they're asking him to help, and he's coming in. Some guys would have too much pride. Some guys would say, you know, screw you, I'm not coming around there. So good for Paul, and he does. And we'd all agree he'll bring some things here. Like I would say this: there was a time when this organization revolved far too heavily around its old Hall of Fame guys. There was too much of it, and some of them really weren't that great at the jobs they were given. This isn't the case here. Paul Coffey did a really good job with his defense, you know, and Chris Knobloch handed the reins to Mark Stewart, and it hadn't gone that good. Let's face it. So he left himself open and vulnerable to this happening. Now, a few things happened. They lost Brett Kulak. You know, Darnell Nurse hasn't played well. Is that because Paul Coffey's not here or because he's just not playing well? Yeah. They're leaning a lot on a young guy in Spencer Stastny. Is that Mark Stewart's fault? I don't think so. But that's the way it's gone, you know. So
it's funny, hey, Spec, too. Like, so when Paul came in here, and, you know, it was a package deal with Chris Knobloch when they took over for Jay Woodcroft. What was everyone saying what Paul Coffey's number one job was? He's gonna have to work with Evan Bouchard. Yeah. Can he bring out the very best in Evan Bouchard? Well, now what's the storyline? Can you get Darnell Nurse to take it back to another level where he was when he was playing his very best?
And maybe Koff's pretty good at what he does. Like I think the difference with Paul Coffey, he's not your traditional assistant coach. He's not at the rink at 5 a.m. pouring over video for today's presentation. I don't think he's ever going to be that guy. Yeah. Mark Stewart's going to do that stuff. And some people would say, well, geez, you know, if you're going to take the job, you got to do the whole job. But you know what? Whatever. If Paul Coffey is the defenseman whisperer that gets your defenseman to play at the top of their game, then I want him around and I want him on my team. And I don't. Someone else can do the stupid video. Who cares? Right. So, you know, does Evan Bouchard need Paul Coffey at this point? I mean, his play tells me no, but there's other guys who do.
They all do. I think the defensive core as a whole does, Spec. Yeah. I would say that as a whole. Sure.
I mean, Nurse, you can't hurt Nurse. The young guys, like a little more confidence for Ty Emberson from a guy like Paul Coffey. So listen, Koff's been here and done it, and it's worked. We have to agree on that. He's been here, he's done it, and it's worked. So bringing him back, great. I mean, I think we need to say something here, Kev. Yeah. An assistant coach coming in the door is not going to save your season, right? Like, there's a lot of things that are in the hands of the players and this GM in terms of constructing this roster that have to happen for this team to be better. It's not going to all get magically fixed by a different guy changing the defenseman behind the bench, right? So we're making a big deal out of this. In the big picture, it's not that big a deal.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Spec, totally off topic. The Double E sent out an email just as we started, and it's pretty cool. They're going to have a preseason game where you used to hang out with the old Knothole gang at Clark. They're going to play the Calgary Stampeders on Friday, May 29th, a preseason game for the old Knothole gang.
Is that how they're framing it? It's going to be a Knothole gang game.
Well, that's where it all started, right? Guys were behind the fences.
Well, at Clark Stadium, I was in the Knothole gang at Clark Stadium.
Well, you were there.
Yeah, I was in there. I grew up in that end zone watching the, watching the old Eskimos play. And your parents would sit in the grandstand. They'd chuck you in the Knothole gang and see you after the game, and you just survived it.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to bring in more stands or whatever. I mean, they got the soccer stands on the other side and everything, but for a preseason game, maybe if you're expecting 12, 13, 14,000 fans, maybe by the time you get some seats in some other parts, maybe the back of the end zones, who knows? But anyway, that's the plan, to have it at for the old Knothole gang.
Listen, I give the promotions people, and there's probably about 2 of them over there, a ton of credit here, because the reality is they got a preseason game that's going to draw 10,000 people. They don't want to open up Commonwealth and spend all that money. So they're going to put it in a little ballpark, which is smart. And now we're going to market it up as a return to the old days and the Knothole gang. Like, give the marketing guy an attaboy over there.
I want to see you, Spec, when they pull up and they build that old fence, and it's going to be that old wood. And I want to see you behind there.
Used to watch Johnny Rogers and Larry Heimbach return kicks from back there.
Oh, man. Good stuff, Spec. We'll yak at you tomorrow, and I guess that semifinal game between Canada and Finland will be starting about just 20 minutes after you're wrapped up tomorrow morning.
Perfect. Sounds good, Kev.
Okay, thanks, Spec. That's Mark Spector. On the Mark, brought to you by Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. This truck's for you. Check them out at northgategm.com. When we come back, Frank Saravalli from Victory Plus TV on the Kevin Carey Show with the Duke of Delburne. Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM Radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Whether you're a craft beer connoisseur or more of a wine aficionado, there's always something new to discover at Sherbrooke Liquor, a unique, family-owned, independent liquor store. The selection? Incredible. The non-alcohol section is also very impressive. Sherbrooke Liquor, expert, knowledgeable staff with a passion for unique finds. More than just a liquor store, we're a community. Alberta's best, the one and only Sherbrooke Liquor. Wine, spirits, and oodles of beer. Visit SherbrookeLiquor.com. Hey, Edmonton, did you know a local Play Alberta winner scored over $500,000 on Mega Jackpots Ocean Bells? Think about the season tickets you could lock down with that kind of cash. From major casino winners every hour to jackpots worth millions and hundreds of popular games to money that stays in the province, there's never been a better time to sign up for Play Alberta. Download the app today to get started with casino, sports, and lottery all in one app. Must be 18 plus to play. When you gamble, use your game sense.
Want to invest in Alberta's workforce, fill your talent pipeline, and get funding? Careers, the next generation connects employers with motivated, pre-vetted youth through funded internships. Easy, impactful, and risk-free.
When you work with a group like Careers who have experience in that area, they can demystify and navigate all the complex steps and stakeholders that have to be involved.
Visit careersnextgen.ca today.
McValue meals are here. Get the McD's you love for $5 plus tax every day with your choice of a McDouble, Junior Chicken, or Chicken Snack Wrap with small fries and small fountain drink. All for just $5 plus taxes. Canadian restaurants. Product availability varies. Prices exclude delivery.
Crave presents a new must-see original crime drama.
You think you can just walk away with drug money and nobody's going to come find you?
The Borderline.
You killed my friend.
Set along the Thousand Islands border, a cop blurs the line to protect his past.
I'm going to keep you out of jail.
Starring Stephen Amell, Tamara Podemski, Hamza Haq, and Minnie Driver.
Did you catch the bad guys?
I always catch the bad guys.
The Borderline. Stream now, only on Crave. Subscribe at crave.ca.
We're Johnson, whoa.
That, my friends, is more than a jingle. It's the sound of local, the sound of a family company that isn't owned by some big corporation. Hi, it's Dennis from Weiss Johnson, and I'm proud of our commitment to remain local, providing personalized sales and service whenever you need us. Some people say, go big or go home. Not us. We'd rather keep on doing what we're doing, focused on what matters most. You, our valued customers. See what our family can do for your family at weiss-johnson.com.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Local Quality Market. Every fresh crafted gourmet meal is handcrafted from scratch with fresh ingredients and arrives at your door fully cooked and ready to heat, eat, and repeat. Order at meals.loca.ca.
Stories, guests, and insights. This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
The big program, 8:22 in Edmonton. Time now for the headliner of the day, brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing. Draining clogged pipes like three-pointers for all your plumbing needs. Go to mrrooter.ca as we welcome in Frank Saravalli from Victory Plus TV in Italy. Good morning, Frank.
How you doing, Kevin?
Doing great. Have you seen 7 or 8 hours of hockey like that ever before? Maybe was the last time when you were head coach of the Germantown Academy Patriots in the recent playoffs?
No, I'd say I've never seen hockey like that in my life. I mean, as good as Four Nations was, and as good as we've seen some other really incredible games, back-to-back, 3 games in overtime. Just the tension that you could cut with a knife in that building. Like, everyone was on edge, and there was so much on the line because once you get to the semifinal, I mean, they're all good teams now. Like, you're down to essentially missing Sweden, but 4 nations. If you think about it from that perspective, there's no shame in losing in the semifinal. Not that anyone's hoping to do that, but losing in the quarterfinal and losing in some of those fashions would have left a lot of questions and would have, I think, seriously tarnished the legacies of a number of people. And there was a lot on the line. So to think that both the U.S. and Canada came through unscathed is really pretty interesting.
Hey, paint the picture for us, Frank. So you're watching the Canada game, and then you got to go down, and then all hell breaks loose with, I guess, the 6 men on ice that no one saw. And then you're thinking, well, the Swiss has probably wrapped it up. And then they come back, Finland comes back, and then it's like, again, you're on the edge of your seat in theater and drama for basically in the entirety of the U.S.-Sweden game.
Yeah, 2 totally different games, I would say, in the sense that the U.S.-Sweden game was a bit more of a chess match. The Czech-Canada game was more of a knockdown, drag-out fight led by Radko Gudas, and it was really rare to see Team Canada on their heels. I mean, it's been a long time since we've seen that, let alone them trailing. And there were significant stretches of that game where Czechia really controlled play. And I wonder if that's a blueprint for success for Finland, which has had to do it in this tournament a number of different ways, to think that, they're one of the last teams standing from their group has been pretty wild as well. But lots of questions for Canada, not just Sidney Crosby and his status, but how thin did that Canadian bench get with John Cooper making the rotations that he did? And, who's going to step up now? Because there was some thought, and Chris Pronger had used this phrase in The Athletic, so I'll credit him. But he said, I wonder if, as that game was going on, Connor McDavid felt like he was back in Edmonton playing for the Oilers, where everything is on him.
Well, but I mean, he's been the best player in the tournament here, Frank. I mean, you gotta keep going to this guy. I get the analogy and I get the comparison about it here. But I mean, is John Cooper not the same as every coach that's been in Edmonton, and he sees Connor McDavid on the bench and he's not huffing and puffing? He's ready to go to him again.
Oh, I don't have any issue in going to him again. I think the issue was that with Sidney Crosby, Sidney Crosby out, right? It's a different scenario. Like, to then take Nathan McKinnon and load up that one line, it's a little bit like, and the comparison is like taking Draisaitl and putting him on the same line as McDavid. The rest of your lines become that much thinner, and I think that's really what everyone was trying to key in on or focus on. And John Cooper pushed back against that today after practice when he was asked about trying to find that balance. He said, look, this is the Canadian Olympic team. I'm paraphrasing, like, we've got some of the best balance in the world. But Nick Suzuki had struggled on the wall. He kind of had to play center at a certain point. And there were other moments in the game where Mark Stone really struggled kind of for the first time. And, you look at some other facets of the team that haven't been going. Sam Bennett was out. He's sick. I'm wondering if Nathan McKinnon is also sick, based on him missing practice today and previously. So, I mean, lots of things to keep an eye on. And then kind of quietly on the other side of the bracket here, you've got the U.S. where they're not banged up, don't have any injuries, kind of on paper have the easier semifinal matchup. And everything kind of feels like it's coming together for them a little bit.
Frank Saravalli with us in Italy on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. So we've touched on Sid here. Did you get any read from Cooper just being around the rink today for the skate on Crosby? Everyone's saying that he's not out, but I mean, you saw everything that went down yesterday too, Frank.
Yeah, I don't think anyone has a really good feeling about it. I think they're just trying to work through all the progression of manipulating the knee, managing the rest, understanding what the consequences are, how, is it possible to skate? I think one thing that we've learned about Sidney Crosby over his career is that he's not going to put the team in peril for his own interest in playing. As much as, he's a dogged competitor and he wants to be out there. If he can't be close to 100%, I think you're going to see him no different than Braden Point before the Olympics even started, no different than Anthony Cirelli. These guys are going to raise their hand and say, you got to put someone else in the lineup. I just can't go. And I think everyone's just holding their breath saying, well, what if, one of the most special players of all time can find a way to create some magic health-wise and get out there. I'd say it's less. Here's how I would frame it. I don't know that it's a 50-50 shot for either game, but if I were to shade it, I would say Sidney Crosby misses the semifinal, and if Canada wins, I think you might have a better shot.
And if he's not playing, they're playing for him, and that's quite simple here.
Yep.
I
wanted to mention, since you said that, just who I think Canada's MVP is. And when I say MVP, it's most valuable personality. And that's Drew Doughty. Because I was talking to John Cooper about this after practice today. When things get tense, he's the guy that breaks the ice. And, that has happened time and time again for Team Canada. Drew Doughty has been at the center of that. Yeah. And it's if you want a real picture into Drew Doughty and how his brain works, which there isn't a ton happening, not saying he's stupid, just that he keeps it so simple and fun that there's always a light edge to it. So I asked him, hey, Sid apparently addressed the team during the second intermission. What was that like? What was said? He goes, oh, he did? He goes, I didn't even hear that. And it's just that's the reaction of a player that has found a way to win as many gold medals as Sid, has been right next to him, someone that, he looks up to Sid himself, though they're the same age. And it's really kind of fascinating to have a personality like that. May not be at the peak of his powers, but this is exactly why he's part of this team and at this tournament.
Hey, I think he heard it, Frank. I think he's just yanking your chain here. I think he's messing with you.
But that's why the commitment to the bit, it makes it funny, because he's like, oh, okay, I didn't know. And that's the lighthearted energy that he brings. He's the guy on your golf trip when there's a serious putt to be made, that he's doing something goofy on the green trying to get a laugh.
Yeah, well, and that recipe's worked for 15 years plus in LA, for sure. So Frank Saravalli with us on Sports 1440. The Sweden game with the U.S., as you said, you called it a chess match. It puzzled me, and not just maybe this game, but how players were implemented almost from the beginning. And, you had mentioned, I think, with Victor Hedman being hurt yesterday. And you think about all these players, Frank, that this was their last Olympics. I mean, between Hedman and Erik Karlsson, Markstrom's old, OEL is up there, Landeskog, who knows with him. But I never got the feeling that Sweden, and even I said this too, Frank, all three of those games could have went either way yesterday. We could be talking about three games that were three different winners yesterday. But there's something missing with that Sweden team. Did you see that? Did you feel that here at the Olympics?
I did, and I know that someone's going to hear this and say, "Oh, this is an American talking." Of course, you felt that way. Even when Sweden tied it, I was like, "There's no way they're winning this game." They just didn't have the it factor to me. I mean, they didn't get a shot in OT, by the way. The U.S. controlled play, and I just felt like they were missing a ton of juice, and I don't know how much of that came from the deployment factor that you're talking about, from sitting Forsberg and OEL to Rasmus Anderson being a healthy scratch. Could have put Anderson in for Hedman, who was injured in warm-up, decided not to do it. At varying points, the joke in Sweden, they're calling him Sam I Am, Sam Hallam, their coach. He didn't have his finger on the pulse, and I can't tell if he's an evil genius or an absolute joker, but he was not it at this tournament, and they have to go in a different direction moving forward.
Hey, I wanted to get your thoughts because you said the USA has an easier road than Canada with their game against Slovakia and Canada playing Finland. Why do you think that that's an easier road? You're saying that Finland is a superior team than Slovakia?
I am. I think if we were to have drawn all of this up before the tournament started, we probably all would have had Slovakia in that 7th, 8th range in terms of best teams on paper. And that's not to say that they can't be dangerous. It's not to say that their energy isn't infectious, because I think it is. But I mean, just look at the goaltending. The U.S. is going up against Samuel Halavash, who's a struggling AHLer, and he's played great in this tournament. But I'd rather take my chances against him than someone like UC Saros, who has pedigree, just as a for instance. And that's just one small part of the game.
Yeah.
I do, having listened to the Slovaks after their last game, it almost felt like now that they know that they're going to be playing for a medal regardless, and just reading the quotes and listening to them and the translations, they feel a sense of accomplishment having gotten to this semifinal. And I don't know how much that weighs in. Like, you've got to be really greedy after that. And I just feel like I'd much rather take my chances with Slovakia than I would against Finland, who is stronger, deeper, and probably works a bit harder.
Well, and Slovakia, those got nothing to lose here at all. Hey, Frank, for today.
Yep. And that's why that energy is infectious and dangerous for sure.
Can get dangerous for sure. Now, I know men's hockey is your focus, but would you go to the women's gold medal game today?
Yes, I will be.
Okay. Maybe just a thought on that, because I'll tell you what, even in Canada, there's not a lot of people that are giving the Canadians much of a chance here, just because of how good the United States have looked against this team from a long time, going back to the rivalry series, etc. First game, not the first game, the game in the round robin here, but in Salt Lake, this happened again in Salt Lake, where the Americans had beaten Canada 8 straight before the gold medal game. So maybe just a thought on what you're going to expect to see here for the gold medal women's game.
Yeah, I mean, history, I guess, could repeat itself, but I have a hard time imagining that. This U.S. team has been so good that it's actually made the tournament kind of uninteresting from that perspective. Like, it's going to be U.S.-Canada. And when there's that much of a perceived gap between the U.S. and Canada, really for the first time in a long time, that it becomes a bit of a formality. It feels like 31-1, they've outscored their opposition. And I think you have to allow for the possibility that Marie-Philippe Poulin has, her clutch impact that she always does. I think she scored in 3 straight gold medal games, or 4. I mean, it's a crazy number. And with that provides Team Canada some kind of pathway to success. But at every position, the U.S. has been stronger, deeper, and more controlling in terms of play. And not only that, but I just think that these are 2 programs heading in opposite directions. Canada is much older. They really feel like a team that failed to turn over their roster and turn over a new leaf, realizing it too late. And the U.S. is so much younger that they're really kind of just getting going. And so that part bodes well for the future for the U.S., but you've got to take care of business first, and that happens in a few hours.
One last one. Why do you think that the European countries haven't been able to close the gap in the last 2 decades plus in women's hockey? Because they've had ample time to do so.
I think it comes down to outlet and opportunity to play. I think it's going to change a little bit as the PWHL continues to grow and as players from those countries have a pathway to play pro hockey year round or play at that high of a level. Because, let's face it, if you're a Finn or a Swede or wherever you're from, Japan for a while was seemingly going to be a threat in women's hockey, that you have limited runway to do it. You play your circuit of international events, and then what? You go to find a job in something else. And now that the PHWL is here and is expanding, that just means more jobs, more opportunity, and more chances to hone your craft. And so I think that's desperately needed for all to try and grow that game on an international level, because just seeing the U.S. and Canada, we've talked about it at the men's level that it's essentially 4 or 5 countries, if Russia's involved, that are authentic threats. And outside of that, it kind of gets thin in a hurry. And this is probably the best men's tournament in terms of depth that we've ever had. But nonetheless, it made for a really kind of sleepy group stage. And it's only until you get to the elimination round that things really get spicy, as we saw yesterday. And the women's game, that's even more emphasized.
Frank, great takes. Love it. Have a good one. Enjoy the gold medal women's game and the semifinals tomorrow. When are you leaving? When are you coming back?
Coming back Monday. By the way, I think that's the first time you've ever said great takes. Usually you're like, that guy's a dog. Let's get him out of here.
You know why, Frank? I'm still trying to get on the show once here with you and Butchie.
Well, you got a lot of work to do.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Frank. Have a good one. Take care. We'll talk to you on Tuesday,
See you,
maybe.
Kevin. Take care.
Frank Saravalli from Victory Plus TV. And our headliner of the day, brought to you by Mr. Rooter, the true goat of local plumbing. That's mrrooter.ca. You think I'll never get on the show, Duke, will I?
No.
I don't think I want to either, though.
Well, you were on holiday. I want to say maybe when I asked Frank about it, and I think he said I had a better chance of getting on than you.
Well, that's not surprising.
No,
But
I'm kidding. You never said that.
Oh, okay. Well,
the fact that you believed it though is
listen,
telling. It's telling.
Frank he'll give me a shot every once in a while.
Of course. Well,
But,
you got to keep you in check.
Well, and again, like we had some texts, and he had some great takes, and then there were some that I didn't disagree with, and we talked about.
Mm-hmm.
So, on the women's angle, it's pretty hard to argue that the Americans have been far superior than Canada for a while now. In men's play, like the U.S. could have lost to Sweden just as easily as Canada could have lost to the Czechs.
Of course, it's overtime. It takes one shot, right? And Frank's right. Like in overtime, the Swedes did not have a shot on goal. It seemed like they were on their heels essentially the entirety of it, right? Especially when you talk about Quinn Hughes being out there for like 2 minutes straight.
Mm-hmm.
Puck was on his stick almost all of it, compared to the Canada overtime where it was still a little more back and forth. Obviously, Canada was the better team and seemed to have more control, but
the Bins had to make some saves.
He had to come up with a couple huge saves. So that's what makes it exciting, right? We're talking about sudden death in an elimination game at the Olympics. Can't draw it up any better, regardless of who the two opponents are.
Do you go with sudden death, Duke, or sudden victory? Because no one's really dying, are they?
Wow, way to get introspective about it there, Kev. Holy. I just think the name, the moniker "sudden death" gives it more drama.
Yeah,
sudden victory. Well, so what? Are you the same guy that always says if a game is 0-0 and somebody says it's currently scoreless in the second period or in the third inning, you're just like, well, actually, there is a score. The score is 0-0. It's not scoreless.
To be honest with you, I probably that one. I've gone the other way on. I have said scoreless many times over the years.
But now you're leaning more towards, it does make sense. There is a score. It's not scoreless.
Yeah.
So would you rather say goalless, runless, pointless?
Well, then we came up with the phrase doing highlights, bagels on the board. Dude.
Bagels on the board, yeah. Zeros, donuts.
Yeah, bagels
on the board. Nil. Borrow from our European friends on the soccer pitch.
Yes. Rachel Homan had to come up with she can make these draws in her sleep, but when you got the pressure of the Olympics, she was drawing against, it looked like 4.
Oh, yeah, it was.
In the 8th end. And she just rubbed off the one stone, but she picks up a single in 8. So she leads 9-5 without hammer and needs a win against Korea here to move on to the semifinals. When we come back, we'll get to more of your text, 833-401-1440. Maybe we'll hear from Matthias Ekholm too, because he had some interesting comments yesterday after Oilers practice. It's the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne and Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. We are streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Shoulder pain. It can make even the simplest things like reaching up, lifting a bag, brushing your teeth, or sleeping frustrating. Rotator cuff strains, impingement, arthritis, they're some of the most common issues we treat every day. I'm Grant Fedoruk, and at Leading Edge Physio, our team brings postgraduate training, evidence-based technology, and just the right amount of humor and humility to help you feel better. Because we never forget the most important part, the gratitude we feel for every patient who allows us the opportunity to care for them. Because life shouldn't hurt. When it does, leadingedgephysio.com.
60 years ago, we started selling trucks as Western GMC Buick. Today, we are Wolf GMC Buick. We're still located on the corner of 184th Street and Stony Plain Road with the same ownership for over 2 decades. Our customers have trusted our family-owned, community-driven business, and for that, we are thankful. If you're looking for a truck or SUV, pop in and one of our seasoned professionals will get you a great deal, hassle-free. Come trust our team at Wolf GMC Buick. Wolf GMC Buick. We're making it easy.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. And stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? From trade shows to galas, meetings, and concerts, the Edmonton Expo Centre has the space, event expertise, and service to make your next event unforgettable. With over 522,000 square feet of flexible event space, in-house catering, and operational expertise, they bring your biggest vision to life. Learn more at edmontonexpocentre.com today.
Hey, sports fans, we've got a clear choice for you. At Crystal Glass, we provide customers with the perfect glass for any job. From home to auto and even commercial, installation or repairs, we're your team. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca. Crystal Glass.
The Edmonton Firefighters Rooftop Campout for Muscular Dystrophy is happening now. Edmonton firefighters are again braving the elements by camping on the roof of Fire Hall Number 2. This year, they've added a little twist and started the rooftop campout with no camping equipment. The more money they raise for muscular dystrophy, the more equipment they get to survive an Edmonton winter, with a final goal of getting off the roof and helping this incredible cause. Donate now at any Edmonton Fire Hall or online at edmontonrooftopcampout.ca.
A Saskatchewan boy who grew up loving and playing sports. At least we think he grew up. Listen to Kevin Karius weekday mornings from 7 to 11 on Edmonton's home for sports, Sports 1440.
Invest for today and tomorrow. Vision Credit Union makes it simple with 2 RRSP options to fit your goals. Choose a secure term deposit RRSP with guaranteed returns or a mutual fund RRSP offering higher growth potential with exciting opportunities. With an RRSP, you'll save on your income tax, grow your investments tax-free, and get closer to your dreams. Whether it's retirement or your first home, the deadline to qualify for 2025 tax deductions is March 2nd. Learn more at visioncu.ca.
Crave presents a new must-see original crime drama.
You think you can just walk away with drug money and nobody's gonna come find you?
The Borderline.
You killed my friend.
Set along the Thousand Islands border, a cop blurs the line to protect his past.
I'm gonna keep you out of jail.
Starring Stephen Amell, Tamara Podensky, Hamza Haq, and Minnie Driver.
Did you catch the bad guys?
I always catch the bad guys.
The Borderline. Stream now, only on Crave. Subscribe at crave.ca.
Sports 1440.
All sports,
all day.
On YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Thanks for listening to Edmonton's sports leader.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 8:49 in Edmonton. Yesterday, following Oilers practice, 3 defensemen spoke. It was Evan Bouchard, it was Jake Wallman, and Matthias Ekholm. And, Ekholm, we had a couple texts earlier about Ekholm not being on Team Sweden. And, they went a totally different way in the sense that the coaching staff and Matthias Ekholm, they didn't like him. And I have no idea why, but Ekholm's play has improved as the season's gone on. And obviously he touched on Paul Coffey returning to the Oilers and coaching the defense yesterday. And here are some of those comments.
Just a thought of Paul Coffey rejoining the team. And what does he bring with it?
Yeah, I mean, we all know him well. Feels like almost he never left. He's always a part of things and hanging around a little bit. So it's not it's obviously an injection of energy, and he's a very good communicator, and obviously his resume speaks for itself. So we're excited to have him back.
In game or on off days, when is Paul Coffey more valuable for a defenseman?
I would say both. I think he brings a lot on the bench. I think he also is obviously the communicator he is, and he sees the game in a way that probably not a lot of other human beings does. So that has a big value. And I certainly do think that he brings stuff both on and off the ice.
Do you feel like, you guys are searching for it? Like Rob just said, you played lots of good defensive hockey the last few years, and now you're trying to find that again. Does it coincide that you've also lost Paul Coffey and you've lost your defensive game? Can we think that him coming back might help you find that defensive game?
To be honest, I think that this year has been a special year in that sense too, because we have played so much hockey, and playing defensive hockey requires a lot of good attention to detail, a lot of between your ears, being ready and being mentally there. And I think playing, I don't know what the average has been this year, but it feels like you're playing 4 games a week, and it's been hard to get up for every game. I'm not saying that's an excuse, and everybody does go through the same schedule, so it is what it is. But obviously, bringing him back, that's the hope. I don't think he's going to come in and reinvent the wheel, but I do think his personality, his presence do bring something that can help us.
To that end, the importance of this break. I mean, like you said, you've played a lot of hockey. This team maybe needs to call timeout on the season more than a lot of teams. How is that going to be important for you?
Yeah, I mean, you just come back and you feel refreshed. You feel like you have legs again. You feel like you have a brain again that you can think. And just these first couple skates has been nice. It's just you're moving the way you want to out there, and hopefully the whole team feels the same way. And I mean, when you're in the Canadian market, sometimes it can be intense, and for sure, nice to get away for a little bit, just not think about hockey for a week, and now get back at it, knowing we have, I mean, it's going to go quick here. It's only really a month and a half or whatever it is left. So time to dial it in, and hopefully we can do that with some fresh minds and fresh legs.
So the getting up for the game part, like you're in the stretch drive, the playoffs are on the horizon. You think you guys would be in a different mindset now than maybe before?
Well, if you had asked me that question 4 weeks ago, I would have said no. I think we're in that mindset right now. You're always trying to win. You're always trying to do your best. So, but obviously now it's crunch time, and we all know that. And this team has shown before what we can do and what we're capable of. So I do expect urgency to go up.
That's Matthias Ekholm, Edmonton Oilers defenseman. And, when you look at, when you interview guys on the Oilers or whatever sport you're talking about, there's some guys that are your go-to guys for interviews because they're well-spoken. They think out their answers. They are, intuitive to the sense of the questions that are asked, and they're not always agreeing with what the question is either. And sometimes how the questions are portrayed makes a big difference, obviously, too. But Matthias Ekholm is, man, he's one of the very best that's been doing, been asked for interviews on the Oilers that I can remember in years and years and years. And you can go back to all the great guys like, Dougie Waite was always one of those guys that had well thought out answers. And, he comes to mind first for a lot of people, but yeah, Matthias Ekholm is right up there as well. At the Winter Olympics, Canada is still sitting on the 14 medals, including the 4 gold. It's looking pretty good for the Canadian women's curling team. So they're leading Korea 9-5. It's in the ninth end. Korea does have hammer. They are down to final skip rocks as things progress here in the ninth end. I mean, very worst case scenario. I mean, if Korea somehow scores 2 or 3, at least you've got hammer coming home in 10. But Korea is lying 1, and Canada's lying 1, but the Koreans are lying 2 and 3, I think, when I just had a quick flash of the house. Coming up at the top of the hour, we got Matt Larkin from the Daily Faceoff, been on the show many, many times before. Also, straight ahead, Ladislav Schmid will check in, our co-host, from about 9:30 to 11. And then we've got Johnny Lazarus from Morning Cup of Hockey in the 10 o'clock hour. Before all of that, time now for a Sports 1440 update, brought to you by Sean Cunningham of Remax Real Estate. Get the home team advantage for your next move in the Edmonton area. If you are thinking about buying or selling a home, call or text Sean directly at 780-265-0165. Here is the Duke.
The Sports 1440 update.
This morning from Italy, Brad Jacobs men's curling rink lost its final round robin game to Norway 8-6, still finishing second place in the round robin. We'll play Norway again at 11 o'clock, this time in a semifinal. Currently, Rachel Holman and her women's team taking on Korea. Canada leading 9-5 in the ninth. This game, win and in for the final semifinal berth. Coming up at 8:30, already underway, I should say. The men's 1,500-meter speed skating final. David LaRue and Daniel Lee in the field. And at 11 o'clock, 11:10, Canada's women's hockey team will play for gold as underdogs against the United States. Men's team head coach John Cooper providing an update on captain Sidney Crosby this morning, not ruling him out for the tournament after yesterday's injury. Outside of Canadian action, the women's bronze medal game tied at 1 between Sweden and Switzerland, just rolling down to the conclusion of regulation. Overtime right ahead. Coming up in hour 3 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll be joined by Matt Larkin from Daily Faceoff, as well as our Thursday co-host, former NHL defenseman Ladislav Schmid. I'm Brandon Douglas. That's your Sports 1440 update.
just in time for the morning skate. This is the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 9 o'clock in Edmonton. Just watching Swiss and Sweden bronze medal game in women's hockey. They are in overtime. They got just under 9 minutes left. Tied at 1. I think if the Swiss could win, nothing against the Swedes here, but if the Swiss could win, that would be pretty massive for Switzerland hockey for sure. Time now for the Puck Report, brought to you by Fountain Tire. And at Fountain Tire, we focus on the one thing, and it is your vehicle. From tires and wheels to oil changes, vehicle repairs, we have you covered. We've also got the digital vehicle report. Visit fountaintire.com to book your appointment today as we welcome back Matt Larkin from the Daily Face-Off. Morning, Matt. You're with Kevin Karius. Thanks for jumping on Sports 1440. As always, really appreciate it.
Kevin, it's good to be on. And has your heart rate returned to normal after the 3 overtime games in a row yesterday, or what?
You know, I asked a question. I think this will be the third time to our guest this morning, as we're in hour number 3. Have you ever had 7.5 hours or so of back to back where, again, it was just full throttle? It seems sometimes you're tied to the dock or full throttle. But what was it like for you, Matt, just watching everything from the Canada game all the way through the second game and then to watch the USA and the Swedes?
Yeah, I think I was visibly shaking for a good portion of the day. And it's tough, the relationship with 3-on-3. It doesn't feel quite like the real thing when it's deciding elimination games in the Olympics, but it's certainly better than shootouts. And as I always say, when 3-on-3 is actually happening, it's pretty amazing. Like, it doesn't get any more thrilling in terms of just the back and forth action. It's pretty heart-stopping stuff.
Mm-hmm. Do you think each and every one of those games could have gone the other way, Matt?
Absolutely. Yeah. Especially Canada and Czechia. I mean, if it weren't for Jordan Binnington, he stopped Radim Simic in the overtime. And before that, he stopped Martin Necas late in regulation. So that tells you right there. The game was right available right there for the Czechs to win. And Binnington actually stood tall when he had to.
Yeah, I mean, several key saves. And I think, even when you look at the goaltending head-to-head, Canada outshot the Czechs, but, the Czechs carried the play at times of the contest. And, what did you think of how Dostal played for the Czechs? Especially, I was thinking about that overtime winner by Marner, Matt.
I think he was pretty outstanding, and it didn't surprise me. He's had some really good moments with the Ducks this year. He was really good on a bad Anaheim team last year as well. And, of course, he was dominant at the 2024 World Championship, which Czechia won. So he stood up for his country before. He wasn't amazing leading up to the game yesterday in terms of how he performed in the tournament, but he's a goaltender who has that ability to just feel it for a game, go on a real heater. And I knew that was going to be a possibility, that he could do a Krister Godlewski's from 2014 all over again. And it was trending that way for a while. Canada really had to work hard to get that equalizer.
Matt Larkin with us on Sports 1440. Okay, need you to be 100% honest, Matt. When did you know or realize or find out that there were 6 Czechs on the ice for that third goal?
I did not see it in the moment. I know Connor McDavid said the same thing. In the aftermath, shortly afterward, I did see it. And my good, I'm just glad that whether you're rooting for Canada or Czechia, I think it would have been just so messy to litigate that if it decided the game. My God. So I think we're all very lucky it didn't play out that way.
It was crazy for sure. And the fact that, it came about a half an hour after the game ended that it started to come out is just almost, it's really befuddling for sure. Matt Larkin from the Daily Face-Off, our guest on the Kevin Karius Show here on Sports 1440. Is this a good thing for Canada to finally face a little adversity, because they never had anything in the first 3 games, but now to get some of it? And can that maybe galvanize the team a little bit more going into this semifinal game with Finland, Matt?
I don't think there's any doubt about it. If you look at the preliminary round, Canada's goal differential was 20-3. They were really in cruise control for that round. And I shouldn't say cruise control based on their effort. They had tons of urgency and they worked hard in all those games, but just in terms of how easily they were able to run over everybody, they needed to be pushed, right? Iron needed to sharpen iron. And I think that even applies to the injury to Sidney Crosby, because Canada, I think, has been too reliant on a small cluster of superstars in this tournament. So, of course, Connor McDavid, Macklin Celebrini, Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, Crosby as well. And I think the injury forced the lower part of the lineup to step up, and we get the tying goal and the winning goal from third liners, right? So Nick Suzuki didn't look comfortable playing wing in this tournament. Back to center, he is much more himself. And as I said yesterday, these are not grinders who are winning our hearts with an inspiring story. This is not John Scott at the All-Star game, right? These are elite players. Nick Suzuki is on pace for 94 points. Mitch Marner, since he came into the NHL, is 8th in the NHL in scoring. So you do need these players lower in the lineup to give you lifts because they are elite players. There's no excuse. So I think it was important for someone else in the lineup other than the big guys to do something in a crucial moment, and we finally saw that from Canada yesterday.
Where are you at with, and you mentioned the word usage, and everyone knows that Connor McDavid's playing lots. Same with Celebrini and McKinnon. But again, as you mentioned, Matt, the third and fourth goals were by guys that were outside of the main contributors here. Is this usage getting blown out of proportion because of how big the spectacle of the Olympics is? 2 more games, 2 more wins, and you got a gold medal here.
Well, I think where we are in the bracket, you have to be careful, right? So the game yesterday, McDavid, McKinnon, Celebrini, they played 21-48, 22-36, 22-43. You had Makar played 26-41. So those are 4 players, and they got 46.3% of Canada's shots on goal, 19 out of 41. And on one hand, yes, okay, you want your superstars to be your superstars, but if you burn them out, if you lean too hard too soon in the tournament, then what if you don't have them at their best by the time you get to the gold medal game? I think that's already a concern with Nathan McKinnon. He looks a little bit banged up. He's not quite himself since he took that hit in the game against France. So I think that's why you have to make sure you manage your stars. You want them peaking at the exact moment you need them, right? So yes, I know it's do or die. You have to treat every game as one and done because they are at this point. But I still think you have to be careful. You want to be thinking about gold medal being the ultimate goal. And it's particularly important because it's not like you're trying to pass the baton to checkers, right? The guys in the bottom half of Canada's lineup are still elite players. The point I made yesterday was Sam Bennett missed the game. He's the reigning Conn Smythe Trophy winner. So if you're putting him into the lineup, let's say Sidney Crosby can't play, that's fine. Sam Bennett is capable of handling a lot of responsibility as well. You had Sam Reinhart playing on the fourth line. He had 57 goals 2 years ago. So I think it's okay if, depending on how things are playing out against Finland, maybe you dial it back a tiny bit with the superstars unless you're trailing in the game and really need them.
We'll see what happens with Sidney Crosby. Obviously, a lot of focus on the possibility of him playing. You just mentioned Sam Bennett, and almost way bigger than that, the possibility of Josh Morrissey returning on the back end here for, well, if not the semifinal, at least maybe something happens if Canada were to win and get to the final here, Matt.
Yeah, and I think that's important. I think Josh Morrissey's absence is more impactful than maybe any of us realized. And to me, it comes down to just the way the decor was built, which I didn't agree with. I think that they should not have brought Colton Parayko. I think he was their weakest defenseman at the Four Nations by a wide margin. And I think they left some guys who moved the puck with a bit more urgency behind, whether it was Matthew Schaefer, Evan Bouchard, Jacob Chikrin. And I think especially in the game yesterday, it just looked too fast for Colton Parayko. He can't think the game at the same speed as guys like Connor McDavid and Macklin Celebrini, Nathan McKinnon. And I think Canada is really missing that puck-moving skill that Josh Morrissey can bring to the table. I don't think it's coincidence that after Cale Makar, Thomas Harley has been the second-best defenseman for this team in the tournament because he's also someone who moves the puck to speed and urgency and fluidity, right? So if Morrissey is able to come back, I think you got to get him in the lineup. The question is, will John Cooper put him with Parayko again? I don't think he should. I think Parayko should be pushed further down the lineup. I think you almost have to treat Harley and Doughty as your second pair right now with how they've played.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I was going next. I mean, you mentioned Harley, but Doughty's also impressed me. I had Doughty and Parayko as, 7 and 8 going into this thing that were picked. But I don't know. There's something about Doughty that when the games are big, he just raises his level.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's a future Hall of Famer, right? He's already got 2 gold medals. He's got a Norris Trophy. He's got 2 Stanley Cups. And I think as he's gotten older, he's understood that maybe his offensive skills are declining a little bit, but he can make up for it with leadership and also physicality, coming up with a big hit on David Pastrnak last night or yesterday during the day, I should say. And I think that's more what you're getting from Doughty. It's kind of like Brad Marchand's role in the team as well. They're both, getting closer to 40, and maybe they're not the highest skilled guys on the team anymore, but they can still bring a lot of intangibles to the group.
Yeah. Hey, just watching the finale of this Swiss-Sweden game, Matt, the Swiss just scored in overtime here, and they played quite a bit of 3-on-3. And man, oh man, I won't say that I know anything about the state of women's hockey in Switzerland, but they are celebrating like they've won 3 gold medals here.
It's pretty exciting. And I know there's been a lot of chatter on the women's side of the tournament that the skill gap between Canada and USA and the other nations is shrinking. It's something we're always going to see. It just takes time, right? Because it's been an Olympic sport only since 1998. So if you consider that the birth of elite level competitive women's hockey, it's still a relatively young sport in that sense, right? So it's going to take time for the rest of the world to catch up to Canada and USA. But I think we're seeing things get a little closer, right? The big question now is, are the Americans actually in their own tier? Because they've beaten Canada, I think it's 7 games in a row now, between them and the rivalry series 4 in a row, and then the preliminary round. They look like they're just on another plane compared to Canada. So I'm curious if Canada will even be able to keep it close today in the final.
Well, that's the whole thing. And there's not a lot of confidence, to be honest with you, in our country here, with the sense that Canada can keep this close. But I mean, in a 1-game showdown, I think anything can happen. And I'm not saying that this is anything like Miracle on Ice or something like that, but you go back to 2002, Matt, and the Canadian women lost 8 straight to the United States, lost 8 straight, and came back and won the crucial game at Salt Lake City. So it can happen.
It can. I think it might come down to goaltending as the equalizer, because I think talent-wise, the Americans are just on another level right now. I think they brought a much younger, stronger, faster team. They're thinking forward. I think Canada's team is a little bit older. And yes, you didn't have Marie-Philippe Poulin for the preliminary game, but I don't think it would have mattered. That game was 5-0. It would have been 5-2 with her, or 5-1 with her in the lineup, right? I just think we're just seeing a changing of the guard. It happens, right? These two superpowers, it's gone back and forth, the power balance in the last 28 years, right? And especially Caroline Harvey, she's just unbelievable. But I think the best way to describe it is, if the Americans are relying on their legend Hilary Knight in more of a depth role, whereas Canada's still depending on Marie-Philippe Poulin to be their best player, right? So that kind of just shows how things have turned over. And I think Canada is getting a bit of a wake-up call. They have to try and get younger the next time we have one of these tournaments.
Yeah. Hey, saw an article on DFO about Connor Hellebuyck and possibly the United States resting him against Slovakia. And Johnny Lazarus was in on that conversation too, as you know, Matt, and he's going to be actually on our show coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. But I don't see it ever happening. Do you?
No. I think if you do that, you're just flashing a neon sign saying we deserve to lose this game. That is loser energy. If you're looking past a Slovak team that's been very impressive in this tournament and repeatedly defied the odds, and Jaroslav Slavkovsky was the MVP of the 2022 games. He's picked up where he left off. Samuel Halave, the Minnesota Wild prospect, has been really good. So, yeah, if you're thinking that way as the Americans, that's a recipe to lose. I don't think they're going to be that dumb.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see what Johnny has to say at 10 o'clock or so. Matt Larkin with us from the Daily Face-Off on the Kevin Carey Show here on Sports 1440. Just watching that USA and Sweden game yesterday, Matt, I couldn't help but wonder how a lot of the players were deployed in the case of Sweden, and the fact that really for like a half dozen of these players, that was their swan song. I don't see a lot of these guys back if there is NHL play coming up in 2030. What did you make of just everything when you were watching Sweden from the very beginning to the very end here?
I mean, I know it's been a very frustrating tournament for them on multiple levels. For one, Coach Sam Hallam has been under a lot of scrutiny just with his strange decisions with the lineup. Burying Philip Forsberg, one of your most important scorers. He scratched Jesper Bratt for one of the games as well. And just kind of awarding minutes to the wrong guys, seemingly, almost overthinking the way he managed his lineup. And I think he took a lot of heat for that, and justifiably so. Also, like you said, we are seeing a changing of the guard with a lot of these players on the wrong side of 30, especially if you flash forward to the next Olympics. you're going to need to see some new blood coming in. That said, there is plenty on the way, right? So obviously Anton Frondel, Chicago Blackhawks prospect, is really special. And of course, Ivar Stenberg might be the first overall pick in the draft this year. Also Viggo Bjork, really talented player. So I do think we're going to see a new generation, especially looking at this year's draft class and last year's. Sweden's going to be okay. They just need some runway to break in their new guys. And obviously we saw at the World Juniors this year, they were very impressive, right? And that's a sign of things to come.
Yeah, there is that changing in the guard, as you say. And in goal, they're probably okay with what they have moving forward, with Wallstead and things like that too. So, it's just weird that how the players were deployed and just even with Hedman not, getting hurt and warm up and not being able to go and figuring, okay, he's more of an emotional lift, an emotional leader on the bench than what we would have with Rasmus Andersson. I just thought there was a lot of odd things that you mentioned with the coaching staff and even management there.
Yeah, it was sort of a cursed tournament. And what can you do to prepare for what happened to Victor Hedman, right? Obviously, he's getting up there in years, but he's still a crucial component of the team. Maybe he's not your number one defenseman anymore. It's probably Rasmus Dahlin, but it's just, what can you do? Injured in warm-up, come on. That just is a sign, that you're not going to win this tournament when something that unlucky happens.
Yeah. Hey, just one quick one, just with the NHL reconvening here after the Olympics. Is there a storyline, a team that is catching your eye more so than others? We had Jeff Svoboda on, covers the Columbus Blue Jackets, and such a tear that they were on and going into the break. And there's some other teams that are sniffing around and some teams that are maybe falling back, which are maybe the bigger stories here, Matt.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both. To me, the Buffalo Sabres are still the team that everybody's watching right now. Columbus is creeping up on them with that big winning streak, but the Sabres, they can taste it. Are they going to end this playoff drought at 15 years? Hopefully, but it's still pretty competitive in that Atlantic division and even the wild card race because of Columbus's surge. Nothing is guaranteed. The Sabres are not pulling away. They're not lapping the field to make the playoffs, right? So they still have to have their A game, and it's going to be interesting to see if they lose any momentum because of that break, especially when they had a couple guys that played in the tournament as well, right? So that's the team I'm watching very closely. And in terms of teams that could drop out of the race, a lot of eyes here around the Toronto Maple Leafs as well. The chatter suggests that they're still going to be sellers, but it didn't make things easy when they won 3 straight games to close out the break. I always say the Leafs, they frustrate their fans so much that they're not even good at losing. Somehow they find a way to be bad at being bad, and they win 3 games when the fan base probably wants them to finish in the bottom 5 and get their first round pick back instead of Boston getting it.
Yeah. Well, you think they can close this gap? They're 6 points back of Boston. That's it.
I'm not optimistic, especially William Nylander has been battling through a groin problem all year long. And, it was still bad enough that he had to be resting it at the start of the Olympics when they were in the days leading up to the games. So I don't know if he's going to be fully 100% for the rest of the year. Obviously, Austin Matthews is getting some wear and tear in these Olympic games as well. Those are your 2 most important players, and they probably could have used some rest if you're a Leafs fan, and I just don't think they have the horses this year. They lost an elite talent in Mitch Marner, and they replaced him in the aggregate. It did not work. I didn't expect it to work. I think people took for granted that, yes, Marner is a playoff choker historically in elimination games, other than international ones. But Marner was a crucial component of getting you to the playoffs. The Leafs are a dominant regular season team, and he was a major reason why. So I did expect them to take a step back. And I look at what they have this year, and I don't think it's worth trying to make the push. I think you're better off taking a little step backward to go forward.
Matt, as always, thanks so much for your time. Really appreciate it. Enjoy the women's gold medal game coming up here in less than 2 hours. And then, of course, we've got the Canada, Finland, and Slovakia, USA men's semifinals tomorrow. As always, really appreciate it. Thanks for coming on. Take care. We'll talk soon, Matt.
Thanks, Kevin. We got 4 overtime games in a row right now, so let's make it 5.
Wouldn't that be something? That'd be crazy. Take care, Matt. Have a good one. That's Matt Larkin from the Daily Faceoff and our Puck Report, brought to you by Fountain Tire. And again, we focus on one thing, and it is your vehicle. From tire changes to vehicle repairs, we got you covered at Fountain Tire. Check them out. Book your appointment today at fountaintire.com. The Swiss, as mentioned, Duke, win that bronze medal in women's hockey. It was a decent goal.
They were fired up.
Oh, wow. I don't know the medal. Like, have they ever medaled ever?
That's a good question. My first inclination will be no.
I mean, it's always been Canada, U.S., and then the Finns snuck in there once, and usually Sweden or whatever.
Yeah. Like it's a Finland-Sweden bronze medal game more often than not. But I'm just going to try and check that really quickly.
Yeah, I would say, yeah. Rig texts in, from what I saw yesterday in overtime, we're talking about the American-Sweden game in men's hockey. Sweden didn't do much in creating offense. Well, you're right. They didn't have a shot on goal, Rig. You had Nylander skating around, stick handling, no shots. Then the Landeskog misfire. To me, that was a hope one-timer because he wasn't set up for it for Landeskog. As we touched on earlier, the bigger problem that I had was that Landeskog sort of, now they just went back into defensive mode, but just standing around and really not pushing anything defensively from what the Americans were going to create offensively. And Landeskog could have come off the ice. He was out there for a good 30-some seconds. He could have come off the ice if he would have busted his ass back to the bench and got off the ice. But the way that the Swedes played it in overtime when the Americans had control of the puck wasn't good enough. And then the other thing, too, is Rasmus Dahlin did not have a shift in overtime, did not have one shift in overtime. And he is by far their best defenseman. Did you figure anything out there?
Yeah, I see the Swiss won bronze in 2014, I think it was. I was just scrolling back further to see if they had any other. They finished fourth in 2022, actually. And yeah, bronze in 2014 in Sochi.
Sometimes you just forget about the Swiss and, their women's hockey team in the bronze medal games.
It happens.
Yeah.
So, hey, good on them. But I mean, hey, that's still 12 years since they last medaled. It's obviously a completely different generation of players, right? So,
do you remember who the Swiss Miss was, Duke, for the Oilers?
Can't say I do.
I think it was a first-round draft pick, Michael Reason.
Okay.
I think, he was dubbed.
They called him the Swiss Miss because he didn't quite pan out.
Well, he didn't pan out. They had a couple there in the first round, remember, with Jesse Niinimaki.
Oh, yeah. It was an interesting run they had there.
The big Russian, what was his name? I saw that he was at his practice. I can't place his name now. He came out and he played about 2-3 games for the Oilers, but holy smokes. It was like watching a rec hockey player out there, dude. He was a big gangly guy. He was a top 15 pick or something like that. We'll get the name. Someone's gonna text in here.
Yeah. Someone will have this lickety split for us.
When we come back, Ladislav Schmid will be entering the building at some point. Also coming up in the 10 o'clock hour, Johnny Lazarus will slide in and we'll go in or out with Laddie Schmid as well. All straight ahead on the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne and Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440, presented by Sports Select. No. Oh, that's been a while since I did that, dude? Hey, that's been like months. On Sports 1440 AM radio, we are streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Hello. You're never going to believe this. Booster Juice called your name today. You can get a free smoothie or acai bowl.
No way. I'm heading there now.
Oh my gosh, you and my brother have the same name. Okay, I'm calling him next. I'm hanging up.
Booster Juice Names of the Day is back. 2 names are selected each day, and if your name matches, you can get a free smoothie or an acai bowl. Watch for your name on the Booster Rewards app and social media. Must be an app member to qualify. Booster Juice, Canadian born, blending since 1999.
Top quality flooring, locally owned, and Canadian products from Beaulieu. Yeah, that's CFI.
CFI what?
No, CFI, Custom Floors, Inc.
From free estimate to professional installation, contact Custom Floors Inc. at customfloorsinc.ca.
Legacy Heating and Cooling offers no payments and no interest for 1 year on your new furnace. So when you wake up to no heat, call Legacy. Call Legacy. If you need it immediately with no overtime rates. If you need it immediately and want to combo it with AC. Call Legacy. Call Legacy. No payments and no interest for 1 year on your new furnace. It could only be Legacy Heating and Cooling.
The Edmonton Firefighters Rooftop Campout for Muscular Dystrophy is happening now. Edmonton firefighters are again braving the elements by camping on the roof of Fire Hall number 2. This year, they've added a little twist and started the rooftop campout with no camping equipment. The more money they raise for muscular dystrophy, the more equipment they get to survive an Edmonton winter, with a final goal of getting off the roof and helping this incredible cause. Donate now at any Edmonton Fire Hall or online at edmontonrooftopcampout.ca.
When it comes to sports in Edmonton, Jason Greger is a must-listen. He brings you the inside scoop with guests from across North America. If it matters in sports, you'll hear it here first. Greger rolls out weekdays from 2 to 6 on Sports 1440.
McValue meals are here. Get the McD's you love for $5 plus tax every day with your choice of a McDouble, Junior Chicken, or Chicken Snack Wrap with small fries and small fountain drink. All for just $5 plus taxes. Canadian restaurants. Product availability varies. Prices exclude delivery.
For almost half a century, families, farmers, and mechanics across Alberta have trusted Ed's Auto Salvage in Westlock. Why? Because we know cars and we know value. Hi, Lisa here. And whether it's keeping your work truck hauling or getting your teenager's first car back on the road, Ed's has the parts you need at prices you can afford. Reliable, affordable, local. That's Ed's Auto Salvage. With province-wide shipping and daily delivery to Edmonton, visit us at edsautosalvage.com.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 927 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick with you here on Sports 1440 AM radio. Josh Fenwick has just been gutting it out the last few days. He's been in cold sweats, hot sweats, but he's glad that the NBA's back tonight after the All-Star break. We were trying to figure out the name, and it came to us. Back in 2000, Alexei Mikhnov was the Oilers draft pick, 17th overall. And they had draft picks from, oh boy, like when you, back in the 90s, and it all started when we were talking about Swiss hockey. It was Michael Reason was the Swiss Miss for the Oilers, 14th overall in 97. They went with Michael Henrique back in 98, a year later. He never played a game. Luckily, they got Sean Horkoff in round 3 back in 98, but there were a lot of misses for the Oilers back in earlier drafts. Do you know, Duke, the worst draft year for the Oilers ever?
By margin of like games played or
yeah, well, yeah, games played, I guess, because you got to go back to 1990, and they had it was a 12-round draft back then,
and not
one guy played one game.
That is a bad look.
Yeah. And I mean, if you go back to the draft, like Scott Allison was the Oilers' number 1 pick back in 1990. And the guys that were like, well, okay, well, how does Keith Tkachuk strike your fancy 2 picks later or 3 picks later? Martin Brodeur. Or even 4 picks later, Brian Smolinski, the puck goes Inski. There were tons and tons of guys that were selected. Dougie Waite went to the Rangers, ended up here.
That's okay. The next year they got Martin Rosinski, the puck goes Inski.
in 91?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was in the second round.
I'm seeing round 1, 20th overall. 2 first-round picks for the
Tyler
Oilers.
Wright, yeah. Tyler Wright. You're right. Tyler Wright, and ended up scouting for the Oilers.
Mm-hmm.
But there's been some dry years, some really dry years when it comes to the drafting here. And again, Michael Henrik and Michael Reason were back-to-back in 97 and 98. And then 99 was really no screaming hell either. They had some serviceable guys. Mike Comrie was their best pick. And then the year after that was Alexei Mikhanov, who ended up playing, I'm going to count the years, Duke, back in from 2000. He came here and played 2 games. That's where we saw him. He was down in Wilkes-Barre. But he played 20 years almost in the KHL. He retired.
Although that time it would have been Super League.
I guess, eh? He played a long time over there. So, well, yeah, you know what? Well, back it was Russia until it's KHL in 08-09, Duke.
Yeah.
So
2-3 years Super League.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Northside Lou is on it too. Swiss medaled in Sochi, 2014, Duke, as you did your research, and it was the bronze. The King of Fort Nasty texted and says, the Czechs having an extra player on the ice for the go-ahead goal reminds me when the Duke slips an extra 5 into the crib deck. Cheers. King of Fort Nasty. Is this true, Duke?
No, I don't cheat at cards. It's not my style. Also, I'm probably not smart enough to execute it properly.
I almost had, well, have you ever had a 29 hand?
No.
Have you had 28?
Yeah, probably somewhere along the way.
I picked up a 24-hander. I had 3 Johnnies and a 5 and another Jack got cut.
Not bad.
So I picked up a nice, cool 24 pack there.
So Kev, you're a week plus removed here from your little Mexican vacation. Yeah. Any days either poolside or maybe down on the beach playing a little crib?
Well, we played lots of crib and lots of backgammon.
Yeah,
tons of it.
Just you and Laura, or
and then we never had
find any strangers to play with.
No, but we ended up at a couple pool tables.
Oh, that's fun. That's nice.
Yeah. So, and Laura's actually a really good pool player. So we mopped the floor with quite a few people there.
At the resort we were at back in November, there was like this little corner. I think it was technically for kids because it was almost like an arcade.
Yeah.
And then in the arcade, there was a pool table and there was a ping pong table just outside of there. We played some ping pong the one night, and that was really, we didn't play much pool. We did dip into the arcade for a moment, just a couple games, but they wouldn't let you bring your drinks in there.
That's too bad.
Which was a little tough. But listen, I mean, it wasn't the end of the world for 20 minutes.
And here's the other
drink
thing:
in your hand.
when we were playing pool, Duke, it was right near the big stage where the karaoke was going on.
Karaoke, wow!
And I was this close to going up.
What were you gonna sing?
Keith Whitley.
What song?
I'm No Stranger to the Rain.
Oh, it's a great one.
Yeah,
I came up on my shuffle the other day.
Yeah,
always gets me going.
I was ready for that one. Text 833-401-1440. RBS says, did Homan win, fellas? Yes, she did. Beats Korea 10-7. So she was 1-3 to start. So 5 straight wins to advance to the semifinals. Now there's still games going on here, Duke. USA just defeated Switzerland 7-6. There were so many cases of scenarios for playoffs. We'll try to get an update on that as quickly as we can. When we come back, are we sure Laddie's coming in today? Did you talk to him?
I haven't talked to him.
He's usually here, isn't he?
Well, but with the weather, I wonder if maybe it's slowed. We know how much Laddie loves driving on the roads in our city when weather takes a turn.
So Canada will play Sweden, Duke.
Ooh.
And then the U.S. will play Switzerland.
So just a rematch.
In women's, yes, in women's.
Oh, Laddie's here. Josh gives the thumbs up.
Well, we better go to break and get the big man in here. He's probably still licking his wounds from yesterday, though. When we come back, Ladislav Schmid will be with us on the Kevin Carey Show with the Duke of Delburne. Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM Radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. And stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? From trade shows to galas, meetings, and concerts, the Edmonton Expo Centre has the space, event expertise, and service to make your next event unforgettable. With over 522,000 square feet of flexible event space, in-house catering, and operational expertise, they bring your biggest vision to life. Learn more at EdmontonExpoCenter.com today.
Mr. Reuter gets a colonoscopy.
All right, Mr. Reuter, just relax. We're almost finished.
Now, what am I looking at on the screen?
That's your large intestine.
Wow, the pipes of the human body. Incredible. This is just like when we use a camera for sewer inspection, except you probably don't find tree roots.
You'd be surprised what we find.
You know, once I found a bunch of Hot Wheels.
Hey, me too.
For a plumber who values healthy pipes, call Mr. Rooter.
Sometimes you think about what you're going to do in the day. Go to work, pick up the kids from school, make supper. But at GS Construction, we think a little differently. Winter is our season to think, to plan, and to improve. We study, we innovate, we train. So when the thaw comes, we're ready to dig, build, and deliver even better, which means we need people like you. If you're thinking about joining the team at GS Construction, now's the time to do it. To apply and to see how we think, visit gsconstruction.ca. Welcome to Silent Ice Center, the region's newest hockey and event center in Nisku. Featuring 2 NHL-size ice surfaces, premium seating, private suites, and an electric atmosphere. From elite hockey to major tournaments, concerts, and special events, this is where the action lives. And with Summit Restaurant overlooking the ring, every event is a full experience. Silent Ice Center, built for champions, built for the community. Book your ice, your event, or your next big night at Silent Ice Center. Email booking at silenticecenter.com.
Exciting news from St. Albert Dodge. The all-new 2026 Jeep Gladiator Sport packages have arrived. They have a great selection and a bunch of colors to choose from. And if you've checked out the Sport, you know it comes in some fun colors. Rugged capability, practical off-road features, and you can get behind the wheel for as low as $49,900. That's right. Put yourself in a brand new Jeep Gladiator Sport for less than $50,000. What more can you ask for? Time to head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
Legacy Heating and Cooling offers no payments and no interest for 1 year on your new furnace. So when you wake up to no heat, call Legacy. Call Legacy. If you need it immediately with no overtime rates. If you need it immediately and want to combo it with AC. Call Legacy. Call Legacy. No payments and no interest for 1 year on your new furnace. It could only be Legacy Heating and Cooling.
You wanted local sports on weekends. Saturday mornings at 9, check out the Saturday Sports Setup, where we'll tee up what's happening on the weekend sports scene. Tune in Saturday morning at 9 on Sports 1440.
Get down to Harley-Davidson of Edmonton's VIP Spring Blowout Sale this Saturday and Sunday from 10 to 4. New motorcycles are selling for as low as $12,900. And ask us about the 1 year extended warranty on new and used bikes. Bring your buddies, because when they buy a new Harley, you get a $500 referral credit. For more details, visit Harley-Davidson of Edmonton on the Yellowhead Trail or at hdedmonton.com. See you Sunday.
Invest for today and tomorrow. Vision Credit Union makes it simple with 2 RRSP options to fit your goals. Choose a secure term deposit RRSP with guaranteed returns or a mutual fund RRSP offering higher growth potential with exciting opportunities. With an RRSP, you'll save on your income tax, grow your investments tax-free, and get closer to your dreams, whether it's retirement or your first home. The deadline to qualify for 2025 tax deductions is March 2nd. Learn more at visioncu.ca.
The Karius Show, breaking down Edmonton's favorite teams, even though his favorite Junior A hockey team is the Yorkton Terriers. Thanks for checking in with Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 9:38 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne with you. Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. And it's Thursday. That means our co-host, Ladislav Schmid, has entered the fray. Good morning, Laddie.
Good morning,
Have
Kevin.
you recovered from yesterday yet?
Oh, yeah. Like we can be proud of what we
sure.
accomplished.
Yeah.
It's more Canadians should be worried for the next round.
But, I mean...
We made Canada bleed.
Sure. Yeah. And I mean, any one of those 3 games could have went either way. Like all three.
It was awesome. It was awesome. Now, like all jokes aside, what a game! Like if I take the first one, Czech Canada, great game.
Do you watch that whole game, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Before we get into, and because it was a half an hour after the fact that people started talking about the Czechs having 6 guys on the ice for that goal. Did you see it?
No, but the head coach from the World Juniors called me. He's like, man, I'm watching the hockey game and like guys are celebrating the goal and I can count 4 forwards celebrating and then 2 other defensemen are coming into the pile. I'm like, what is happening? So I rewind it and there's six guys. I'm like, I'm very happy. Like I wanted us to win, but not like that. Like that would really suck. I can imagine what Canada would probably cry more than usual. Like it would be the end of the world. But yeah, I guess karma made it even 3-3, right? On kind of like a nothing goal, right? Like there is so many shots from the blue line, so many tips are like, and this is the one that makes it 3-3. But yeah, like it was fair. Going into the overtime, I thought we had a first huge chance. We didn't score. Goes the other way. Marner, the unwanted child in Toronto. Wake up, Toronto fans, right? Like I would want that guy on my team if I would be running the team. But they ran him out of the city. Hell of a player. Like they always say, "Oh, Marner doesn't produce in the playoffs." Well, this game doesn't get much better. This is game 7.
Sure it is.
This is game 7, and he produced one of probably biggest goal of his career.
He set up Connor last year for the 4 Nations too.
Same thing, So, like, if somebody's gonna tell me again that he doesn't produce when it matters, you obviously don't watch hockey or you don't understand hockey.
Well, and we'll see what happens because obviously Vegas is poised to do some, a bit of a run in the playoffs.
I think so. Yeah, they're set up. They're set up well. But back to the Olympics, hell of a game. Like I'm proud of the Czech boys. Just disappointed how they played the first
game against Canada or what?
No. Like first 3 or 4.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was. It wasn't the same team. The team that won the world championship, and then we were all waiting when it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Finally, it happened in the quarterfinals. But you put yourself in a position where you have to play arguably the best team in the tournament. And it just shows how, like, Canada didn't have the best game. But I will give credit to us. The way we approached, we were aggressive. We were physical. Like, blocking shots. Like, everything was clicking. Goalie was playing well. But
I didn't like Dostal on the overtime goal.
I didn't like it either. That's the one goal. I think he wants back. He overslid too far. But it's going to happen. There was some other shots that could have went in, and he stopped.
And okay, you've been in front. Like, let's talk about the Suzuki goal. That you could do that 100 times, and that might be the only time it goes in like that.
I know, but like it's a perfect tip between the legs. Box out. We talk about box outs. Like I like Philip Hronek. He had a great tournament. I thought he played pretty well. He's right next to him. Like you have to take him. You have to take him out. At least you have to engage with the stick, right? Like the stick was like on the side of his body. Take the stick away. But everything happens so quick.
The one question that I wanted to kind of ask you about, even not just yesterday, but mostly yesterday, about the usage of Canadian players, because there's been a lot of people out there that have been saying that Cooper's using too few guys too much, like McDavid, Celebrini, Makar, McKinnon. He's using these guys too much. I don't look at it that way. I think it's crazy to look at it that way.
You're trying to win the tournament, no? Yeah. You roll with the guys that give you the best chance to win. And like, I get it's a star-studded lineup, but still there's got to be some guys who are just better, and like you have to put them in those positions. Like why wouldn't you use McKinnon and Celebrini and McDavid? They're the top 3 goal scorers in the NHL, basically. Then you have Makar, arguably the best defenseman in the NHL. I would use them too, and I get it. You have other guys there, but like it's still, it doesn't matter. The team is still built the same way. Yeah. Everybody's got a role on the team. It doesn't matter that you play like in the NHL on the first line. On this team, you're a third, fourth line, so you're
Whatever.
gonna get those minutes.
We have people texting in, Laddie, and even insiders, experts saying, "Oh, if
Look at Sweden. Look at Sweden.
well,
I point them to Sweden. Look at that. What they're doing with their players.
So, like, even now, if Sid Crosby can't go, and they go, oh, you're going to load up McKinnon, McDavid, and Celebrini, and what are you going to have left? Well, what are you going to have left? The fourth line on Team Canada is just as good as the second line on the NHL.
I know, man. It's craziness. Like, I question sometimes people knowing something about hockey, man. I question that, and everybody can have their own opinion. I get it. I have my own. I'm not gonna judge them. Some people just don't know any better. But like I don't look at it that you have four first line.
Yeah.
It's a great Canadian team, maybe one of the best ever, but you still have your roles on the team.
Yeah.
McKinnon, McDavid are just in a different level than the rest.
Well, yes.
So you have to deploy them there a little bit more, put them in the offensive faceoffs. Like when they were even if they don't score, they tire you out because they play puck position game.
Yeah.
They're always on the puck, and the opposition, they play without the puck, and you're chasing. It's hard mentally, hard physically. They wear you out.
Yeah.
You know, like it is what it is. Like that's just craziness to me. I can't believe like people are complaining. Like, what are you complaining about?
Well, they're even saying this is the equivalent. Like if you're putting McKinnon and McDavid together, people are drawing the parallels of putting Leon and Connor together.
Yeah, and where does it get you? All the way to the Stanley Cup final. I know we haven't won yet, but it gets you far. Like, and I'm not saying like, again, you don't have to play like that the whole game, but there is parts of the game, and yesterday was the game that it wasn't going well for the Canada. So you have to load up. You have to give yourself the best chance to come back and win the game. And it happened, and you won.
You mentioned Sweden here. So we were looking at that, and I was talking about with our listeners a little earlier, Laddie. You know, they got a lot of guys, you know, like Victor Hedman got hurt, in warm-up. Didn't play at all. Should he have even dressed? Why would you not? You got a chance to dress Rasmus
It was
Andersson.
weird, right? Like, it was so weird.
It was weird at the beginning with Forsberg and OEL. Why do you like
man? Like, I honestly, like, I listened to some podcast yesterday. There was, I think, a Swedish media person there, and they don't understand. Like, and they're right around the team.
Yeah. And
like, he was questioning the chemistry between the coaching or the head coach and the players. That he thought that they didn't buy in. Like, that there's disconnect between them and the way they run things. Like, I honestly, man, like, I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe in one game, like, if you want to play everybody in the Olympics so they touch the ice, just in the one game, you can accomplish that. Yeah. Like I told you my story with Czech, the coach told me, it's like he brought like a 7 or 8 defensemen. He said, everybody's going to play. So I had to sit one game. Again, I would rather be in the stands than sitting on the bench the entire game, not touching the ice. But it is what it is. You can accomplish that. Yeah. But for rest of the tournament, and there are some games that against weaker opponents that you can accomplish that. But for rest of the tournament, you roll with your best players. And like it seems to me like he was playing guys in the roles that they are not used to. Like guys from like NHL and now at the Olympics, they were in the different roles. Like some guys were playing like Forsberg played like minute 20 one game
at the very beginning.
He's like the best player on Nashville, and like I honestly, and then same with defensemen. So
and that's OEL because he never played at all.
That's the quickest way to lose trust. And then one guy, it affects one guy, and he's got buddies, and they're like, oh, like what is happening? And it spreads throughout the locker room, and that's what you're getting. Like I didn't think Sweden play up to their potential, even close. And I know they made it close against States yesterday, but I think that teams got way more to give than they showed.
Yeah. How much do you know about Slovakia here? Because you mentioned because
I have a former teammate there. I know some. So Slavkovsky is playing out of his mind right now.
So I mean, no one's giving them much of a chance against the U.S. tomorrow.
the fairy tale has to end at some point. Given the fact what happened Czech versus Canada, like Slovakia, they're very proud people, man. And like if it can happen, it can be a blowout, but I don't see it. The goalie is playing fairly well. They're very structured and they work hard. They're aggressive. They work hard system wise. It seems like they bought in. The last Olympics they went to, right? Was it last? They won bronze. That was the last Olympics, right?
Yeah, Slokowski was the tournament MVP.
Yeah. So it gives them hope. Like, and some of the guys are returning guys who were already there. They know they can do it again. Obviously, it's a bit different with NHL players, but they have something special going on. Like, it's like I thought Germany before the game, I thought Germany would be the favorite.
Yeah.
But the way Slovakia played, wow. Like a lot of respect, and I wouldn't rule them out.
Yeah.
Even against States, but you never know. You score that first goal, or it's 0-0 for 2 periods or like half of the game. Guess where the pressure is on States. Like everybody's like, oh, States versus Canada, the final. And trust me, they have it in their heads, and then the crowd gets into it. And Slovakia, what? They got nothing to lose. They're gonna be playing for a medal no matter what. They didn't even expect it.
How do you think, okay, in the other semifinal, it's Finland, Canada. Does or would Finland try to play a little bit like Czech did in the quarters? Or how do they game plan Canada?
Stuff, but I think Czech showed. I don't think Canada is gonna be the same Canada like it was against Czech.
Yeah,
I don't think so. Even if they lose Crosby, I don't think so. But I think Czech showed the recipe how to play against Canada. You cannot sit back and let them gain puck position, build up speed. You have to go. You have to forecheck.
Don't you think in the second period they started to do that when it was 2-1?
Yeah. Man, like you just, and you have to be physical.
Yeah.
Like I think Canada was a little like, oh, like what's going on? And I think Finland has some players that can finish checks. They can, like Finland is good at the big tournaments. They had a tough first game against Slovakia. I get it. But then they beat Sweden. You know, they have been playing fairly good. Yesterday, obviously they tied it up in the last 2 minutes, I think it was. Then they won in overtime. But they have good players. They always at the big tournaments, even like a world championship like that, they buy into the system. They play system. They have hell of a players. They have difference makers on the team too. They have Heiskanen, they have Rantanen.
Yeah.
You know, they have some key players. Granlund, you know, like it's a good player. Rope Hintz, like they have a lot of good players. But what makes them really good is they buy into the system. They're very disciplined. Now we're gonna see it. Like it's not gonna be easy game for Canada. I don't think it will be easy. They should beat them, but that's what we said against Czech, and everybody was like, "Well, should be a blowout." It wasn't, and now,
all these,
like I said, it gives hope the other teams. What Czech did yesterday, it gives hope to the other teams because they showed and proved that even the giant, like Canada, the giant can bleed.
All these countries, even Sweden, they would be the least amount about what I'm about to say. They had nothing to lose here.
No.
Canada and U.S. have been strongly and widely considered as number 1 and number 2. Some people have them ranked differently as gold and silver, playing for the gold medal game.
It might happen still. But with that, it comes a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
And like, what do you think these guys are saying? Hey, we got nothing to lose. Like, we are playing Canada in semifinals.
Yeah.
Like, playing that star-studded lineup of Canada, it's like a Christmas. Like, honestly, man, like it's like that's got to be like best feeling in the world, man. Playing Canada at the highest level at the Olympics, finally after so many years, NHL players. What do we have to lose? Nothing.
So one thing that we don't have enough time to get to because I want to give it more time because we've got to go in or out at 10. We got Johnny Lazarus coming up at 10:20. we'll discuss Paul Coffey returning.
I've heard
at 10:40 with Ladislav Screen.
problem.
So just for our listeners, it's not like we're going to get away from it, but we just got to get going here.
He probably just missed me and he wanted to move back.
That's all it was,
yeah,
right? Yeah.
just Lottie.
Well, yeah. Maybe you'll be in there too.
Yeah, sure.
There's room for another guy on the bench.
Yeah, I'm sure as a mascot. Like, is Hunter down or what?
Oh, I would do anything if you would do the Hunter mascot.
Oh my God.
Oh,
I
you'd be
can't.
good with the kids.
I'm great.
Yeah.
I
I'd
would
be worried for a few of the kids. You might be
if they would piss me off.
Before all that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Fusion Promo Marketing. Expand your brand, high quality promotional products for your businesses, your sports teams, and corporate events. Get noticed at fusionpromomarketing.ca. That's Fusion with a Z. Here is the Duke.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
This morning from Italy, Brad Jacobs' men's curling team lost its final round robin game to Norway 8-6, still finishing in second place. They'll take on Norway again here at 11 o'clock, this time in the semifinal. Rachel Holman and her women's team beat Korea 10-7. Fifth straight win secures them the final semifinal spot. They will go at it with Sweden tomorrow. In the men's 1,500-meter speed skating final, David Leroux finishing in 15th, Daniel Hall in 23rd, and still to come at 11:10, Canada's women's hockey team will play for gold as underdogs against the United States. 11:30, women's half-pipe qualifier starts. 4 Canadians in the field there. And in case you missed it from earlier this morning, men's hockey head coach John Cooper providing an update on Captain Sidney Crosby, not ruling him out for the tournament after yesterday's injury. Outside of Canadian action, Switzerland winning bronze in women's hockey with a 2-1 overtime win over Sweden. And the NBA returning to the court tonight post All-Star break. Raptors in Chicago taking on the Bulls at a 6 o'clock tip-off. 9 of the games, including Philly hosting Atlanta. Pistons head to MSG to play the Knicks. Warriors taking on the Celtics. And Denver in SoCal against the Clippers in the nightcap. Coming up in hour 4 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll check in with a new edition of In or Out, and we'll be joined by Johnny Lazarus from Morning Cup of Hockey. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440, Stingray Radio Station. CKJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go.
There's a lot of great seasons in Alberta. Hockey season, harvest season, the winter season, and the even more winter season. But GS Construction is already preparing for our next great season, because while the city slows down, we plan ahead. Projects, people, and pipelines. Everything starts taking shape for another strong year underground. We're also getting ready for our next hiring season in March. We want new people who want to build something that lasts. For more on us and to apply, visit gsconstruction.ca.
This hockey season, before every game, check out the pregame show with Andrew Walker on Sports 1440. It's brought to you by Titan Supply, your only source for rigging, lifting, and hauling products. Visit titansupply.ca.
The Edmonton Firefighters Rooftop Campout for Muscular Dystrophy is happening now. Edmonton firefighters are again braving the elements by camping on the roof of Fire Hall number 2. This year, they've added a little twist and started the rooftop campout with no camping equipment. The more money they raise for muscular dystrophy, the more equipment they get to survive an Edmonton winter, with a final goal of getting off the roof and helping this incredible cause. Donate now at any Edmonton Fire Hall or online at edmontonrooftopcampout.ca.
Remember 2025? That's so last year. But seriously, St. Albert Dodge needs to clear some 2025 models off the lot to make room for new inventory. So they're having a huge clear out of all the remaining new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Saharas. The Sahara package is the best seller, so they have a great selection to choose from and priced from as low as $59.9. I don't have to tell you, these are going to go fast. So get there before they are gone. Just head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
Getting your vehicle sparkling clean doesn't have to cost a fortune. Take it into Hughes today and pay just loonies a wash.
Find us at HughesCarWash.com.
McValue meals are here. Get the McD's you love for $5 plus tax every day with your choice of a McDouble, junior chicken, or chicken snack wrap with small fries and small fountain drink. All for just $5 plus taxes. Canadian restaurants. Product availability varies. Prices exclude delivery.
Why pay dealership prices when you can get the same quality for less? Hi, it's Lisa, and here at Ed's Auto Salvage, we've been Alberta's trusted source for used auto parts for nearly 50 years. From engines to mirrors, transmissions to tires, we've got it all at prices guaranteed to keep your wallet happy. Shop local, shop smart. Shop Ed's Auto Salvage in Westlock. Be sure to visit us online at edsautosalvage.com and get your vehicle back on the road for less.
The Winter Olympics have pairs skating. Kevin can't even find matching socks. Gold medal mornings. The Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 10 o'clock in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Ladislav Schmid with you, along with the Duke of Delburne and Josh Fenwick, who's just gutting it out, laddie. Old Fenny over there, he's just, I don't even know how he's been able to handle the sickness, the sweats. He's been talking about his,
who?
Fenny, Josh over here. He's been just, I don't know how he's been able to get through these last 2 days, but look at him. Just a real trooper.
Well, I hope he's not too close to me. Okay, I will punch you in the face if you're going to give me anything.
Oh, man.
Stay away from me.
Time now for Are You In or Out?
Okay, you know what? Moving too fast. Bottom line, are you in or you out?
In or out of what?
No time for questions, just action. In or out?
Well, then I'm out.
I'm sorry, Jet. Actually, you're already in.
Are you in or are you out?
On Sports 1440.
I thought you would go, I'm in, Bob. We would have had a really cool moment, but you kind of ruined the whole thing.
All right, Duke, Letterbuck.
Big news on the local front yesterday. Paul Coffey returning to the Oilers bench after a hiatus of just a handful of months. The player the Oilers most need to gain from Coffey's return is Darnell Nurse.
Well, for sure. For me, it is. When we had Speck on, what did he say? When Paul Coffey came in with Chris Knobloch, when they fired Jay Woodcroft, the narrative back then was, what can Paul Coffey do to make Evan Bouchard a better defenseman? That's what it was. It's that simple. But right now, the way, and you could say the whole defensive core too, but if you're going to say one player, it is Darnell Nurse for me, for sure. Laddie, you're kind of disagreeing, shaking your head.
I wouldn't just point out Darnell. I think it's the whole decor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it might help. Familiar face. I feel like people are thinking like, oh, he's gonna be the savior, and hopefully it's gonna help. Like, obviously, it's like brilliant mind, right? Like, hell of a player, hell of a coach. But yeah, we talked about it. Like, I feel like there should be like addition of the defenseman.
Oh, what you're saying is
they need some different.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's sort of part of my point here is that on the third pairing, right? Ty Emerson, Spencer Stastny, currently Alec Regouli's on a conditioning stint down in Bakersfield. Okay, sure. The top pairing has been playing much better as of late in Bouchard and Ekholm. But with Darnell Nurse, the reality is he's not a movable asset. He is going to be a part of this team. And so as a result, since you can't move him, you can't change out that piece of the puzzle, you need him to be better. Like full stop. And it's not lost on him as a player. I'm more than certain of that. They need him to get back to a level that we've seen him play and they know he's capable of. And maybe it's just a confidence thing. Is it the calming reassurance of a guy like Paul Coffey and his resume? I don't know. But like right now with the way Darnell Nurse is playing, and to an extent, the other top four guy in Jake Wallman, I don't think is very far behind in terms of
that's my point.
Leaving something to be desired.
You can say them all.
But with Nurse, to me, it's just the fact that he's not going anywhere. You can't move him. The other pieces, Wallman has some no trade protection, of course, as well. And your bottom pairing, you can swap him out for other bottom pairing guys. But you need Darnell Nurse to play big minutes. He's not going anywhere. You need him to be better.
Oh, for sure, you need him to be better. And like I hope he Polkoff is going to help him. But in all fairness, guys, when did ever Darnell Nurse have like D partner that would be like a top 4 legitimate D partner, right-handed guy that he could play with for months or at least years?
Well,
Never.
he's played lots with Evan Bouchard.
Lots, but but Bouchard is usually with Egholm. That's like I'm not even, I would leave them alone.
They were
they're
hoping they were hoping, Laddie, that Jake Wallman would be that guy.
He's not the guy. He's not well, and so like Jake Wallman is lefty too.
That's what I'm saying. They thought he would be the guy that could play as offside. That's what they were hoping.
That's not hoping. That's called scouting. And like if you scout the player, you know if he can do it or not. I only play maybe with 2 or 3 guys in my entire career who can play offside. Like
to the same level of effectiveness as they could their strong side.
It is
some
so
guys
hard.
can get away with it, but it's still a drop off compared to playing their strong side.
Exactly. So like, and I know it's hard to find the righty top 4 defenseman. They don't grow on trees. I get it. Yada yada. But in all fairness to Darnell too, like he didn't have partner, top 4 guy, righty, that he could build some chemistry with. It's always like this guy, that guy, past several years. And I know there's got to be some accountability on his part. He needs to be better. But again, I'm going back to my point, and I like, yes. Back to the question, so I don't prolong it. Yes, he's probably the guy, but I think Wallman is the other guy right next to him that's gonna need help.
I think he's second on the list.
Yeah,
for
1A,
sure.
1B, I'd say.
Yeah.
But this is, and this is more for, I guess, a management, and like I said, it's not easy to find those guys. But
and especially when you're the Oilers and their cap situation, assets that you currently have available, forget about them being available. Acquiring them then becomes another huge hurdle to try and clear.
But for me, that's the goalie. They try to fix the goalie, but now the next the right-handed top 4 defenseman would be on top of my list past 3 or 4 years. To be honest.
And again, speaking to the defensive core as a whole, I mean, he had a rough stretch for several weeks, but they miss Brett Kulak.
Oh,
big time.
What did I tell you when Brett Kulak got traded? I said, like, everybody was talking about Stu and Jared. I said, nobody talks about Brett Kulak, what he brings to the table. He can at times play top 4 minutes, and then when you put him on a third D pair, he is the leader on the top, on the bottom D pair, and that's
something the team's missing right now.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So.
That's what we are missing. Like, I think it was a big loss losing Cooley. Cooley is a great guy. He knows exactly his role. He can kill penalties. He can skate. He can defend. Like I say, he gives you other options throughout the lineup, and I think it was a big loss. Like I'm glad that's why you're here, Kevin. That's why you're here.
Kevin, takes like that or what'll maybe eventually get you invited onto Frank's show.
Oh, I don't want to go on. I decided against it.
You don't want to go on?
Frank's, he's
it would be a fight. I think you would pick a fight with Frank. I couldn't. I can tell you for myself, I wouldn't be able to go on the show. I think we would bicker quite a bit.
Moving on to the international play. Mitch Marner, the hero yesterday for Team Canada's quarterfinal win over the Czechs. You mentioned earlier, lad, you kind of touched on it. I think when you talk about this, the assist on McDavid's goal at the Four Nations face-off, and this is going to be his first playoff run, we expect, with Vegas outside of Toronto coming up this spring. But I think Marner has shed the label of not being a, quote, big game, end quote, player.
I ain't win just to piss off the Leaf fans.
I think he's a big, like, Four Nations final assist, crucial assist. Yesterday scores a goal to go into the semifinals. Like, what else do you need? Like, it doesn't get much bigger. No, I get in the it's different in the NHL and the Stanley Cup, all that. I get it, but like I feel like it was so unfair just watching the games when he played for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Like, just put everything on the one player. It wasn't there like a big core of Austin Matthews, Nylander, Tavares, but he was always the guy. Always the guy.
He seemed to take a lot of the heat.
A lot of the heat.
And Matthews too.
But Matthews too. Yeah. I don't think it's fair.
And we actually looked at the numbers yesterday, Laddie. He was his playoff career is just shy of a point per game, which I once again used it yesterday with Connor.
Not good enough.
It's not McDavid and Draisaitl, right? Who are statistically the two best playoff performers of their generation.
Yes.
Right? Like the output they have in the postseason is unbelievable. You're not going to have that on every team.
No.
But your top line player to be a point per game guy, yes, it's a drop off because in the regular season he's more than that. But it's not like he's going out there and throwing goose eggs every postseason. The Leafs as a team were flawed almost every year, and that's I think more issue why they couldn't advance past the first round for a long time and now a couple times into the second round. More than just Mitch Marner not being a quote unquote big game player.
Yeah. No, I think he proved it. Four Nations yesterday. I don't know what else. You can notice him.
Yeah.
On you can notice him out there on the Team Canada, which is like, it's hell of a team.
It's an all-star team.
It's an all-star team, and you can notice him there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it was a big loss for Toronto. I think seriously, just the fans ran him out of the city. Like this, it is true. Like, would I want to see my jersey being thrown on the ice? Or burning my jersey? No, I would be out of there. Like I'm shocked he stayed there that long after years and years of abuse from the fan base. Sorry.
Also in the game, missed too many men penalty against the Czechs. It did lead to their go-ahead goal before Canada would eventually tied and win in overtime. Had Canada lost this game, I think this would go down as the biggest, most controversial play in the history of hockey.
Sure, I'll go in, Duke.
Dude, honestly, I was thinking about it. I was thinking, can you imagine this would happen to US and they would get kicked out of the tournament? I think Donald Trump would get involved. He would fly to wherever, threaten to take over.
Oh man, that's a great line, Laddie.
Oh man.
Could you imagine if it was on the other foot?
But
I'm just trying to think other.
So obviously Brett Hull's foot in the crease goal, I think, is right up there for the top of the list. The high stick on Gretzky, or by Gretzky, excuse me,
is in Calgary and Tampa Bay.
I
final.
think that's up
Marty
there, right?
Gelinas.
Because we're talking about the games where there was the most at stake, right? And this is just a quarterfinal Olympic game, but it would have been a huge upset. It would have kept Canada off the podium, guaranteed to keep them off the podium.
What are we talking about? Past year or two, Canada's going to win the gold at the Olympics. So if this play would kick them out of the tournament, it's mind blowing, man. Like how everybody missed it.
Everybody,
4 officials, the entire Canadian bench,
all but one player on the Czech team, according to James Duthie's interviews after the game. One Czech player told him that he noticed that they had 6 guys out there.
It is at that stage.
It's comical,
man. Shouldn't be think of a system that just counts the players all the time, and then it would give you it would rank to the penalty box and there's 6 players.
In the NHL, you got chips in the jerseys. I don't know if they must have them here too.
I would.
The guys that are watching would see 6 guys on the ice.
For 15, 20 seconds, I wouldn't be opposed to that. And I know it made advantage for us, but I would hate to win the game on that, man. Like seriously, I'm all for fair play. Like this is not the way to win that big of a game. So it's comical now. But if it would go the other way for Canadians, I cannot imagine.
This would be a very different show this morning for the past 3.5 hours. I'll tell you.
Your computer would explode. Oh my god! Text line.
And hey, we would have even got the buffered version of it because the game was so early yesterday. Like think about what would have been going on Low Tide show and Gregor's show yesterday. The only thing when it was fresher,
Duke, because of how it would have been. Again, we're a half an hour after the game ended, basically, right? Mm-hmm. I remember how the Ben Johnson thing went down.
Okay.
In the Olympics when he won the 100 meters and then got busted for steroids, and just how everything exploded after the fact when he tested. Like this thing would have been still going on yesterday would have went right through the night.
For sure.
Oh, I think it would go for a week.
Well, yeah.
People.
Well, at least in
would-
Edmonton until the Oilers come back and lose 3 straight in California. Then everyone would forget about it, at least here. But the rest of the country, I think it would absolutely stick for a long, long time.
Oh.
Yeah. On the women's side of the hockey bracket, Canada will go up against the United States for gold here, coming up just after 11 o'clock. Canada currently very large underdogs, plus 350 to win the game. Canada is, if they can win it, we're talking about historical importance. I think this would be the largest win in program history for the Canadian women's hockey team.
I don't know. I kind of still going back to 2002, and they were underdogs there. I think you would say that.
So that was the second time
98
women's hockey had been an Olympic sport. And then obviously Canada wins 3 straight gold medals in 02, 06, and 10. And in 20,
those 02 players would say, the same thing.
And in obviously like the last couple times out, like they flip-flop back and forth since 2018.
Maybe they're playing possum right now.
It's there's just been a shootout, the overtime goal, Marie-Philippe Poulin with the Captain Canada. I just think like the level at which they are not being measured against the Americans right now, I think this would supersede all of the other stuff. Like they are huge underdogs in this game.
Well,
they were huge underdogs in 02.
I'm gonna say it, guys. There's no way.
There's no way they win. Okay.
Like even
I have a hard time seeing it.
No way. Let me rephrase it. Anything is possible in one game. I have a really, really, really tough time to believe
We just
in
said
it.
3 games yesterday could have gone the other way.
This is, man, like US have been
Mm-hmm.
beating them. US is much younger team than Canada. They want it. They're aggressive. Man, I just don't see it. I just don't see it. What were the exhibition games?
I think the
prior to-
goal.
it's hugely
I got
lopsided.
7 straight losses in the last 365 days. Outscored 35-11.
Just based on that, like anything can happen. Like I said, I get it. I get it. I have a really tough time. Women's hockey is a bit different than men's hockey.
Listen,
Like,
I'm still going to put a little bet on Canada to win this game. The odds being that juicy, it's almost too good to resist. But I'm there with you, laddie. Like I'm having a hard time visualizing how Canada wins the game.
They're hungry, man. US is hungry. Younger team. They made some changes. They are hungry. Don't underestimate that. Canadian team are older. They've all been there. Most of them won it. It's not the same drive.
We'll see, I guess.
Kevin, I know. Like I told you many times. I'm not gonna say it again.
Finally,
I'll just text you that.
Wrapping it up. February is National Cherry Month.
Cherry Month.
Cherry Month. The 2 of the most popular candies.
Why is it not in summer?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Strawberry and cherry.
Maybe it's cherry season, like where cherries actually grow, like down in other more tropical environments. I don't know. I don't have an answer for you, laddie. I just read it off the
Duke,
page.
you're a farmer. That was one of the dumbest things you said.
I'm not a fruit farmer.
No.
Oh,
I remember picking the cherries
grow
off my grandma's tree in like July and August.
Yeah.
So why
we were talking about Evans cherries last week.
Like is well in probably South America or somewhere. Okay. Does the cherries grow there probably?
But on the candy side of things, the cherry gummies and then the sour cherry blasters, 2 of the most popular ones out there. If you had to pick just one of those 2 varieties to have for the rest of time, I think you go with the plain ones, the regular cherry gummies over the sour blasters.
I'm going to be out on this because I'm going to bring up something that is way before both your guys' time. And I think it's been discontinued.
What are they called?
Well, they used to have them. They were called Lowney's Cherry Blossom. You guys don't remember?
Like in the little yellow square box.
In the square box.
Kevin, get out of those. Are the most disgusting things that I have ever had in my.
Is it from the Second World War?
This is another one of the
That
things
goes
that my
dates,
dad used to
Kevin?
have all the time, and he loved them, and he'd buy them, and they'd be in the house, and you'd be like, "Oh, maybe I'll give it another try."
Lowney's Cherry Blossom.
It's a chocolate shell,
maraschino cherry.
in the sauce.
And in like a syrupy sauce.
Inside a piece of
roasted
chocolate.
peanuts, coconut, and then chocolate on the outside.
My mom likes, I think it's Mon Cherry, it's called. It's a chocolate covered cherry with liquor inside.
This is very
Alcohol.
much like one of those, Laddie, that you would get in the pot of gold box or whatever, the cherry inside ones. This is very much like that without the liquor.
It was discontinued last
Good.
year, Duke.
Good. About 50 years too late.
I like the Mon Cherry, like in Europe. That's like with the liquor, but I don't boost anymore. But no.
That's it there, Laddie. The cherry blossom.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
All right. No, I would go with the sour cherry. If I pick one, it's sour cherry blasters.
Yeah. Oh,
they will blast you
I,
away.
I really like I love cherry blasters too, but there's other really good sour candies that I think I could replace, like just a bag of Sour Patch Kids or something. Whereas the regular cherry gummies, they're kind of unique, I think. So I'd want to hold on to their spot in the rotation.
Oh, yeah. Like I no, gummies are not really my thing that much. So the sour.
You
cherry,
like the sour ones?
Yeah, I like. If I go with gummies, I go sour with everything.
Yeah. Red Hots.
But
I
I
don't
like the
cherry.
chocolate covered cherries with liquor in. Oh my god, I remember the taste.
Yeah.
But it needs to be good though.
Yeah.
The one you showed me, what was that? Like a
Cherry-
president choice or a no name?
No, well, it looked like it. That was the packaging that it
The
looked
packaging
like.
was like
Yeah.
a no name, right?
But the thing is, like, and I'm kind of being a little facetious here, Duke. They were not very good, but you could find them everywhere because no one bought them. They were always
They were always on the shelf at like the Delburne
Oh.
gas station or even in the
Delburne.
the corner store. And every time we'd be in there for something, Dad would be like, "Oh, we got to get some of these." Those and his Big Turk chocolate bars, just two of the worst
Big
things
Turk.
that have ever been invented.
That's probably some
And
shit.
You know
wrong
it's
with
not
it.
gonna be a good candy
No.
because it's in Delburne, right?
Well, yeah, they're probably all expired. Like these are
Yeah,
ones that
they got just
nobody
shoveled
bought
down
in
the
the
line.
Red Gear grocery store, so then they ship them out to the Delburne stores instead.
Oh man.
Oh man, they've been here for 4 years, guy. What is the shittiest gas station you can think of? Delburne. Ship them over there.
Good stuff. We're a little late to get to Johnny Lazarus,
all right.
so please not too upset. But Johnny Lazarus from Morning Cup of Hockey will be with us right after the break. Kevin Karius, Ladislav Schmid, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM Radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
This hockey season, before every game, check out the pregame show with Andrew Walker on Sports 1440. It's brought to you by Titan Supply, your only source for rigging, lifting, and hauling products. Visit titansupply.ca.
Hello. You're never going to believe this. Booster Juice called your name today. You can get a free smoothie or acai bowl.
No way. Heading there now.
Oh my gosh, you and my brother have the same name. Okay, I'm calling him next. I'm hanging up.
Booster Juice Names of the Day is back. 2 names are selected each day, and if your name matches, you can get a free smoothie or an acai bowl. Watch for your name on the Booster Rewards app and social media. Must be an app member to qualify. Booster Juice, Canadian born, blending since 1999.
Legacy Heating and Cooling offers no payments and no interest for 1 year on your new furnace. So when you wake up to no heat, call Legacy. Call Legacy. If you need it immediately with no overtime rates. If you need it immediately and want to combo it with AC. Call Legacy. Call Legacy. No payments and no interest for 1 year on your new furnace. It could only be Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Exciting news from St. Albert Dodge. The all-new 2026 Jeep Gladiator Sport packages have arrived. They have a great selection and a bunch of colors to choose from. And if you've checked out the Sport, you know it comes in some fun colors. Rugged capability, practical off-road features, and you can get behind the wheel for as low as $49,900. That's right. Put yourself in a brand new Jeep Gladiator Sport for less than $50,000. What more can you ask for? Time to head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
River Cree is the place for all your favorite sports. River Cree Resort and Casino, featuring UFC action and boxing live on the big screens at Tap 25, the MVP of sports bars, and in the center bar. Plus, catch all the biggest games, every goal, every slam dunk. River Creek is also home to the Twin Rinks, where rec hockey and community teams come to play. Public skating available. Details at rivercreekresort.com.
River Tree Resort and Casino. Excitement. Bet on it.
Stories, guests, and insights. This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 1024 in Edmonton. Just a little late getting to our next guest, but we were having so much fun with In or Out, so we apologize to Johnny Lazarus.
Born in Czech Republic.
Well, they
Somebody
never would
should
ever
name-
have one.
Yeah, we should.
Time now for the game of the day, brought to you by St. Albert Dodge, where clear out remains on the 2025 Jeep Wrangler Saharas. You can get behind the wheel for $59,900. It's the best package going. Great selection. We're going to sell them fast, so get in and get behind the wheel of a Jeep Wrangler Sahara at stalbertdodge.com as we welcome back Johnny Lazarus from Morning Cup of Hockey. Morning, Johnny. You're with Kevin Karius and the former NHLer, Edmonton Oiler, Ladislav Schmid. Thanks for jumping on Sports 1440 this morning. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you guys. Morning, Kevin. Morning, Laddie.
Good morning.
Good to have you guys.
It's going to be good. Hey, we got about another half an hour for this Canada to U.S. women's game. Are you jacked up for this one? Laddie says there's no chance Canada wins.
Yeah, I got a tough time, man, believing that they can beat the U.S.
I mean, I kind of agree. I don't want to sound cocky, but the U.S. women have been a wagon. So definitely no concerns on my end, but I'm excited to watch it. And I think we're, like 40 minutes away from puck drop here, right?
Yeah.
Kevin, how many goals did the other teams score against U.S. in this tournament?
0.
I think just one.
I think 0.
No, I think one. I think they've given up one goal.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Canada game.
No.
Sorry.
Oh, one goal, right?
Yeah.
And who
I think
wins?
the U.S. women have given up one goal, yeah.
Who usually wins? What wins the championships? Like, just, Kevin, that's the question.
Hey, but Johnny, you
defense.
Okay, what did you see? It was 5-0 in the round robin game between the two, and it was a dominating performance. I'm just saying, and listen, I agree that the U.S. is a way better team, and you mentioned calling them a wagon, but I'm just looking at a one-game thing where what we saw yesterday, Johnny, any of those three teams could have lost those games yesterday that won them in overtime.
Anything can definitely happen, but I mean, listen, I'm not on the Canadian women's team, so I don't know what they're thinking, but I got to imagine every team playing against the U.S. right now is going into that game not expecting to win.
It's just, man, like I said it, U.S. made some adjustments. They're younger, they're hungrier. Canada kind of, stick with veteran players, older players. They already won. They're not going to be as hungry. I know anything can happen in one game. One game. I get it. But honestly, I have a really tough time. It would be another miracle on ice if they can pull this off, man. Honestly, like it would be a huge
I don't know
upset.
if we can say Canada winning any hockey tournament would be a miracle. I don't know if we're there yet.
I guess not, but the U.S. is just this tournament, just pure domination.
Hey, Johnny, yesterday, were you able to watch a lot of that? Like, we're talking 7.5 hours of drama, starting with the Canada game and then ending in the U.S.-Sweden game. Were you able to watch some, all? What were you looking at?
I was really just dialed into Canada, Czechia, and U.S. Sweden. I had the Finland-Switzerland game on a little bit toward the end. Like I saw the overtime goal, and I saw the second goal, the tying goal, but I wasn't as dialed. It was a busy day yesterday, obviously, with the USA game day and doing shows throughout the day and whatnot. So I couldn't give my full focus and attention on those other games.
What'd you make of the U.S. Game against Sweden? And again, the overtime, the U.S. dominated overtime, but I mean, there were some parts of that game where Sweden had a couple of chances too.
Yeah, I genuinely can't remember. Honestly, the Czechia-Canada game too, like when Palat scored, I jumped up. I was like, oh my God. Like, I can't remember the last time I was watching hockey on my couch where I truly felt like my emotion was fully invested in it. Like, we all watch a lot of hockey, and we have the teams we root for, the players we root for, but it's rare that we're jumping out of our seats. And that happened to me at least 3 times yesterday. When Marner scored the OT goal, I jumped up. I was like, no way. When Palat scored, I couldn't believe that Czechia took the lead. And then obviously when Quinn Hughes scored, I was pumping my fists everywhere.
Yeah, man. Well, my son cried at school when Czechia lost. He wanted it so bad,
I don't blame him.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. But we talked about it having 6 players on the ice. We scored the third goal. It would suck to be honest to win the game like that at that stage.
Yeah.
With that kind of advantage. But hell of a performance by our team. I'm very proud of our boys. And then watching the US Sweden, I was just the deciding goal by Quinn Hughes. It's mind-blowing. You let, like, I view him and Makar different level players. You let guy like that walk right through the middle and not challenging him, not forcing him to the outside, you know, like it was a mistake. And I know Gabe Landeskog probably got caught deep, but like anything else he could have done would be probably better than just let him walk from the blue line kind of between the circles and using him as a screen. You know, guys like that, they won't make mistakes. And good for US, you know, and it just shows how good Quinn Hughes is. I think at this tournament so far, I think he outplayed Makar a little bit. Like I notice him a little bit more than Cale Makar. That's just what I see for now.
I agree. I'll also say Quinn's had to step up probably more than Makar has. Like, you know, with the guys that Canada has up front, like you can always count on McKinnon, McDavid, Celebrini. Obviously, has been lights out to score the big goal when needed. Quinn has been without a doubt our best player, and not only just on that goal, but at the start of overtime, the U.S. loses the faceoff. Sweden possesses the puck for about 30 seconds. It's a Nylander versus Quinn Hughes one-on-one, and Quinn Hughes wins that battle and gets the puck back to the U.S., and then Sweden barely gets anything going in OT. So Quinn was doing it on both ends. Quinn played 27 and a half minutes. You know, he was out there pretty much the whole game. It felt like every other shift he was out there, and you know, he was just unbelievable. And honestly, I think there's been a lot more appreciation for Quinn since joining Minnesota. I think more people are tuning in to watch him because of the mess that was going on in Vancouver, the late starts for people on the East Coast. Like, this has been such a big year just for global recognition for Quinn Hughes, I think. When it's always been there, but like, you know, if I'm being honest, if I'm staying up late at night to watch a game, I'm watching Edmonton. I'm watching, you know, Colorado. I'm not watching the Vancouver Canucks when Quinn was there. And one thing I will say about Czechia, though, like if we're talking about guys who have earned a lot more respect from this tournament, I always knew Marty Necas was good, but the player that I watched this tournament, Marty Necas, I have a whole newfound appreciation for that guy. He was unbelievable in that game yesterday.
I totally agree. Unfortunately, it wasn't past this tournament for whatever reason, but it happens, right? You cannot be like, you're going to have some dips. And unfortunately, it was during this time. He's still a hell of a player, probably our best player overall. But like, I agree with you. Marty Necas was the guy who was driving the offense the entire tournament. You could notice him in, you know, the team wasn't playing very, very, very good prior to the quarterfinal game. And he was the guy who would be driving the bus. And yesterday, again, you could notice him creating, you know, a hell of a player, smart, speedy, you know, it's, very happy for him. Too bad, you know, it didn't help us to the semifinals, but we dug ourselves a deep hole with our performance prior to the quarterfinals, you know, and had to play against Canada. You know, it's that's on us.
Hey, Johnny, I wanted to ask you a question just with USA hockey and the history. There's a possibility here that something could happen here in the sense where Bill Christian won Olympic gold for the United States in Squaw Valley in 1960. His son, Dave, wins gold in Miracle on Ice in 1980. Now the grandson, Brock Nelson,
He's the grandson?
Could win gold.
I had no idea.
Yeah, it's a hell of a story here, Johnny, and just I'm not sure if it's getting enough maybe play in the United States. What do you think?
Well, it was a big part of the broadcast storyline in that first game when Brock Nelson had those couple goals. Okay. So they've been talking about that. I think, I mean, like, I definitely have not realized that the U.S. hadn't won Olympic gold since 1980. And like, I would think that we had more gold medals than just 2. I guess I didn't realize how little it's been. And And maybe that's why it's getting a lot of attention now with Brock Nelson here, just because, what a story it is for this country to have potentially 3 gold medals and one family being a part of all 3. Like that is, obviously historic. And with the whole resurfacing of Miracle, the brand new Netflix documentary, which was unbelievable, Miracle, the Boys of 80, that was an incredible story. I don't think Gabe Christian was featured a lot in that one. I don't know is he still alive? I'm not sure.
Yeah. He was in the documentary. But he
was,
wasn't
okay.
like I watched it, and as you did, Johnny, like, Kenny Morrow was more of a headliner, and some other guys, but
Janice Sachs.
Yeah. So, and Jimmy
he
Craig,
wasn't like a main feature in that. Yeah.
So it was just a bit less, like, he had a little more or less airtime in it, I guess you could say.
Mm-hmm. But Brock Nelson has certainly, he was a guy, I think, me included, said, I don't know if we need to bring Brock Nelson back. He wasn't like the biggest difference maker in 4 Nations. Like, I know he's having a good year with Colorado, but that team's loaded. And he certainly kind of proved a lot of people wrong so far. And again, he wasn't the best player on the ice yesterday, but he's certainly held down that 4th line. And right now it seems like the 4th line, I don't know what they're going to do with it, because they bumped up Jack Hughes and Brock Nelson were having a great tournament, but Hughes deserves to be on that line with Larkin and Thompson. So big decisions for Mike Sullivan on what he's going to do. I don't know if he wants to deploy the line of Vinny Trocheck, JT Miller, and Brock Nelson. He's got Clayton Keller as the extra, but Keller only played 4 minutes yesterday. So, I'm not sure what's going to happen with the lineup, but yeah, Brock Nelson's been great, and really happy to see some family history happening here at the Olympics.
Yeah, I obviously the Eichel and Tkachuk line gets so much press and so much notoriety. Who else has caught your eye in the sense of, is it a Boldy or a Gensel or a Larkin here, Johnny?
So I actually think Boldy and Gensel have been like a little bit quieter than I expected, to be honest.
I agree.
I thought Boldy was like one of the best players in 4 Nations last year, and Gensel obviously was a finisher, and Gensel has had his chances. He had that great chance yesterday, honestly, off that backdoor feed from Austin Matthews. Matthews like knocked that puck out of midair, and Markstrom stoned him. But I think those two have been a little quieter than I really expected. I think a guy who's been better than I expected as far as production and offense goes is Brady Tkachuk. I knew Brady would be the rah-rah guy, the guy throwing the body, the guy heavy on the forecheck, the guy setting the tone physically and all that. But Brady's like honestly gotten a lot of offensive chances. He's really doing a great job creating when the U.S. in that game against Denmark, like, they didn't have much going. Brady was one of the only guys going. Another guy who I think has been really good, I mean, if we're only talking forwards, Brady was the one that stood out, but Charlie McAvoy has been incredible, I think, in this tournament so far. And we all knew how good he was, but I think losing him in 4 Nations last year, he didn't play in that championship game, I don't believe. So, you're talking about a championship game against Canada where you don't have McAvoy and Quinn Hughes, our top D pair. So we're seeing a lot of what Charlie McAvoy can do, and he threw those 3 monster hits yesterday, and he's just kind of settled things down on the back end. I mean, there's so many guys I can throw love to, but I think outside of the usual ones, it's Brady Tkachuk and Charlie McAvoy that have stood out to me.
I agree, man. Charlie McAvoy, I'm a huge fan of his because it's not just his offense; it's the defense. He plays both sides of the puck, and he can throw some punishing hits. Couple of them yesterday, bit high. He got away with that, but
Landy in the head, right?
Yeah, but you set the tone and you send the message, and it's in the other guy's head. Like, don't mess around. If I'm gonna get caught, I'm gonna get punished. And like I like him a lot. He's a hell of a player, great player for Boston. We don't get to see him very often, so nobody really talks about him here. But he is on my radar. I'm a huge fan of his, and I agree. He's having a really good tournament.
Hey, Johnny, thanks so much for your time. I know you got about 1 million shows to do, and really appreciate you making some time for us. How do you watch just the semifinal Friday at home because of, the start time's pretty early and whatever?
Well, first of all, I love coming on here anytime I get a chance to, so no problem at all ever. Semifinal, I'll be. I'm actually playing in this game at UBS Arena on Sunday, which I'm excited about. So we have like a team practice on Friday in the morning. So I'll get back to my apartment hopefully for the U.S. game. The Canada game I won't be able to watch in full. I'll be on the ice for a little bit of it. So maybe we'll have like a phone propped up on the boards, one of those things. So Canada, I won't be dialed tomorrow, but the U.S. game I'll definitely be dialed for.
What's that game you're playing in, Johnny? What's the game?
It's It's actually for the Israeli Elite Hockey League. I'm a Jewish kid from New York, and they asked me to play. They're doing a little Tel Aviv versus Jerusalem game at UBS Arena, and they asked me to play in it, which is super cool. So that's Sunday night at 5:00, and we have a morning skate actually Sunday morning, and I think we're gonna have the gold medal game at the Jumbotron at UBS Arena.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, cool. I'm excited. I'm
great.
excited.
Well, good luck, man.
Yeah. Hey, yeah. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
And thanks, Johnny. We'll talk soon. Take care, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. Thanks, Lottie. Appreciate you guys.
Have a good one, man.
Johnny Lazarus from Morning Cup of Hockey. And our game of the day brought to you by St. Albert Dodge, where, again, the Jeep Wrangler Saharas, our best seller with the great selection, starting at $59.9, and they're going to sell fast. Check them out at stalbertdodge.com. Jeez, another big game for he was at the All-Star game, I think. Was it All-Star where we no, outdoor game.
Outdoor classic, I think, right? Last year.
Yeah. So anyway, we talked to him because he got to play in like a media,
like the media game, essentially.
And he had a couple of rushes and everything, and he was talking about the.
Does he look good on the ice? Or?
Johnny's, well, he's a young guy still, Why?
Did you play?
No. Where was the game, Duke? I can't remember. There's so many outdoor games. Yeah. Come on now. How come you're not coming out to the hockey anymore after the Shoresies experience? We got skate today. You're not coming.
No.
Why not?
Well, I would have to drop to your level, and I don't want to. Sorry.
That they were talking about that one time where Louis went after you behind the net and really back-checked hard on you.
Louis who?
He's gonna enjoy that. One of the guys out there.
Oh, yeah, the one time.
Hey, I forgot to tell you, Duke, when I went out and skated with Walker, I had the puck and I was going around the net. This guy's barrels behind the net, and it's like the biggest forecheck or back check ever. I'm like, whoa. And then we're in the corner a couple shifts later, and he goes, "I'm Dr. Will from Gibbons on the text line."
Yeah,
No way.
Dr. Will's a regular at the Wednesday and the Friday and Saturday skates too, I think. So I see him all the time. He's a good player.
Yeah,
he's a good player.
And he was back checking you hard.
Yeah.
Yeah,
did you get
regular listener, regular texter?
Did you get him a hero cookie?
Well, here's the other thing too. He doesn't wear any facial protection for a dentist.
For dentist.
Well, yeah, he knows he can take care of any issues that come up.
Beat it.
Donovan Paulson, Donnie P has entered the building. Oh man, look at this! And eating his 16th muffin of the day.
That's why his body looks like a melted candle.
A melted candle. When we come back, we'll wrap up the show. We got to talk to Laddie and ask him what he thinks about the Oilers adding a coach at this stage of the season, a familiar
face. Hall of Famer.
Yeah. That's coming up right after the break. Kevin Karius, Ladislav Schmid, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick, and Donnie P on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Today on Hey Culligan, how smart is your water? Here's Tracy.
Hey Culligan, I think my water might be dumb.
Good news, Tracy. Your water's not dumb. It's just not talking to you.
You can make my water talk.
No, but the new Culligan Smart Drinking Water System can talk to your phone to tell you when your water filters need changing and help you meet drinking water goals.
Now that's some brilliant H2O.
You said it, Tracy, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at culligan.ca.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Free trips, free iPads, a barbecue, a wood stove, the #1 dealer in the world. What? Who cares? How about no pressure, a great deal, finance rates as low as 0%, trade values you can be happy with, and an indoor showroom. And we're pretty good people. Stop in and see us today, 13215 97th Street, or visit us online at northgategm.com.
Silent Ice Sports and Entertainment is an innovative market leader across Western Canada. Properties include the Spruce Grove Saints, the Junior Prospects Hockey League, Silent Rides Charter Company, the Hockey Super League, and the newly launched Female Super League. Silent Ice also owns the Western Hockey League Seattle Thunderbirds and operates the Morinville AAA Arena, the Silent Ice Center. A new state-of-the-art entertainment facility in Nisku features 2 sheets of ice, a 1,600-seat arena, as well as Summit Restaurant. Learn more at silentice.com.
Get down to Harley-Davidson of Edmonton's VIP Spring Blowout Sale this Saturday and Sunday from 10 to 4. New motorcycles are selling for as low as $12,900. And ask us about the 1-year extended warranty on new and used bikes. Bring your buddies, because when they buy a new Harley, you get a $500 referral credit. For more details, visit Harley-Davidson of Edmonton on the Yellowhead Trail or at hdedmonton.com. See you Sunday.
Andrew Walker, host of the postgame show on Sports 1440. After every hockey game this season, tune in and chime in as we talk about the game. It's all sponsored by Legacy Heating and Cooling. Don't get left in the cold. Visit legacyheating.ca.
Mr. Reuter gets a colonoscopy.
All right, Mr. Reuter, just relax. We're almost finished.
Now, what am I looking at on the screen?
That's your large intestine.
Wow, the pipes of the human body. Incredible. This is just like when we use a camera for sewer inspection, except you probably don't find tree roots.
You'd be surprised what we find.
You know, once I found a bunch of Hot Wheels.
Hey, me too.
For a plumber who values healthy pipes, call Mr. Reuter.
McValue meals are here. Get the McD's you love for $5 plus tax every day with your choice of a McDouble, Junior Chicken, or Chicken Snack Wrap with small fries and small fountain drink. All for just $5 plus taxes. Canadian restaurants. Product availability varies. Prices exclude delivery.
For over 60 years, the folks at Diablo Boots have been selling the best Canadian-made boots. Handcrafted in Winnipeg, Canada West makes the best quality cowboy, biker, and work boots for Diablo Boots with replaceable soles and heels. Why buy cheaper quality like Ariat, Justin, and Red Wing made in China when Canadian made is better? Support Canada's workers and Diablo Boots for the best boots. So save on boots by Save On Foods. That's Diablo Boots, 3340 Gateway Boulevard on the east side of Save On Foods. Canada West and Diablo Boots, the 2 best names in the boots business.
From the local rinks to homes and businesses across the province, Alberta's rural natural gas utilities are here to fuel life affordably, reliably, and safely. We're members of the Federation of Alberta Gas Co-ops, providing natural gas to keep our rural neighborhoods warm and connected every day. It's local, dependable, and it's ours. To learn more about the Federation of Alberta Gas Co-ops and our members, and how natural gas fuels your community, visit fedgas.com. Alberta's energy. Game on.
Just in time for the morning skate. This is the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 1047 in Edmonton. Donovan Paulson, Donnie P, has taken over for Josh Fenwick, running the boards over there that are
for
on
last
our
12
streaming
minutes.
services. And
what an empty gesture.
And Donnie came in, and what did you call him? He had a body of a melted wax candle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Melted candle.
Yeah.
Or or bag of milk.
No, I think I'm the bag of milk on this side of the board. Donovan, he is.
Don looks good.
He's a little bit more of like a bean pole, so I think the melt. How about melting candle in the process?
Yeah. No, Don looks fine. Like Don looks fine. It was just the fact he was crushing another muffin.
Yeah.
Well, Laddie, you're talking about Donovan crushing muffins. Anytime somebody brings in a thing of donuts, I've never seen someone eat as many donuts as Josh.
Yeah, he can pound them.
He'll go back out to the.
I couldn't tell. Sorry, no body shaming in this office, guys. Sorry. Okay.
So,
Sorry.
hey, we got a couple of minutes. I want to get your thoughts. So, Paul Coffey, the announcement yesterday came in, returning to the Oilers coaching staff. So,
I had few thoughts on that.
You know, So the first thing that I want to ask is about, I'm not saying why now because we know how the defense has been playing for, before the Olympic break. But what does this do to the coaching staff? What does it do to the players? We heard the players talk about it yesterday. They're all, what else are they going to say?
They cannot say,
yeah, what are we doing here? So, but I mean, this doesn't happen. It hasn't happened in Edmonton before.
No. But you're bringing a familiar face. Guys are comfortable with him. Another great hockey mind, Hall of Famer, great resume. It hasn't been going well before the Olympic break. Leon had a spicy interview, calling out basically everybody except for a Zamboni driver. And I feel like management felt like they had to do something. I don't think it's a bad thing. I'm just like wondering how the chemistry or dynamic is going to change because Mark Stewart is getting bumped down.
There's no question Mark Stewart will see less on his plate, less responsibility.
So I wonder about that. It's not easy to swallow that, but I think he's professional and like, let's be honest, if they got to win a Stanley Cup, they're all in the same boat. They have to be paddling the same way.
Well, this is big picture.
This is a big picture. Yeah. But for smaller picture and right now, it probably doesn't feel great. But I hope it's going to work. And I feel like it will. Guys, like I said, they're familiar. But I don't think it's just on the coaching staff that what has been going on. It's still the players who are on the ice. So the biggest accountability should be on the players. Like you're the ones getting paid, performing. Yeah, I wonder like why. I just wonder why Leon set coaches too. Usually when you're like calling out somebody, it's players. I don't want to read too much into it, but now this happens. You're adding somebody in the coaching staff. So is it connected? Is something going on? Like I don't want to read too much into it. I don't like drama. Honestly, I just hope this change will help. It's gonna bring some calmness. I feel like Paul Coffey will or can bring that calmness. Like I said, his pedigree speaks for itself. 1 Stanley Cups, one of the best defensemen ever to play. He gives you that experience, gives you that confidence. I feel like when he first came in, like with Evan Bouchard or like with these guys, he brought like the calmness and confidence. All of a sudden, you saw these guys starting to take off. Now he was away a little bit. He could see it from the outside. They are bringing him back in. Hopefully, he's can do the same thing for them. But I like again, man. It's not just on the defense. I talk about it all the time. There's 5 guys on the ice.
So
it's not just like defense.
Here's the thing too, Laddie, and maybe if you can address this. On the bench, if you have, say, 3-4 coaches, which is the norm, right? 3-4 coaches on the bench.
Yeah.
If they're all on the same page, how does that work with a game plan or what you want to implement moving forward? Because sometimes, now without Glenn Gulutzan there too. So that's a big thing. So you take Paul Coffey out, you take Glenn Gulutzan. Maybe the guys like McFarland, Stewart, Knobloch, all on the same page all the time. Too much, maybe. And now you have someone maybe saying, okay, what about this? What about that? How can that work?
Well, you have to get unified in the office. You cannot be on the different pages on the bench. That's like if somebody's saying this and the other guy is saying that, it's not going to do any good. You need to, and more people, more opinions. That's always great. You have to be open to different opinions, but that should stay behind the closed door, and you need to figure out and pick the best way to improve your team. Yeah. But you have to be on the same page. It cannot be like 1 guy here and 3 guys there. And honestly, for me, less coaches on the bench. I'm not saying just 2. I'm saying like 3 coaches is like the perfect amount. Like for a player, like if there is like this guy is talking to me, this guy is talking to me, that guy is like As a player, you can hear all these voices.
Yeah.
And I feel like if there's only like 3 coaches, the coach, one in the middle, and a head coach, that's for me, that's a perfect amount for a player. And I know it's not these days are different. I don't know what is your view on it.
Did you hate when you were out? Say you're out for a minute 15 shift.
Yeah.
And you get back and you can barely catch your breath, and someone would tap you in the back and start talking to you about whatever, this and that, and you're like, hey, just give me a couple seconds here.
In the NHL, I would be like, okay, I would keep my mouth shut. A younger guy. When I came to Czech and like I had coach, I did have coach that he would be like right away. Like I would screw something up, tired. And he's like, hey, what are you doing? I would be like, shut the F up or I'm going to beat you with my stick. And I would like, these were the words. And after a while, he would get the message. So he wouldn't talk to me. After like, as a veteran guy, you know when you screw up. You don't need somebody to tell you, especially when you're exhausted and tired. So just wait. And I like when I coach, sometimes I want to tell the player something too so bad, but I see. And I just tap his shoulder. I'm like, I know you know. And we're going to talk about it when you're like ready.
Yeah.
That's all you have to say. Like, or you don't have to say anything. Just wait for another shift. Maybe when he had a good shift and you're like, hey, this and that happened. So maybe just go about a different way. But like, I don't like coaches when they're and like watching Paul on the bench, he's very calm. Like, like he approaches guys calmly, doesn't raise his voice. I think it's going to work. It's just kind of like a weird timing. Well, like it never happened in Edmonton. I just hope it's going to work. I think it will. It's going to bring some calmness, but like I said, it's not just on the defense. It's a 5-man unit.
Weeks here to really talk about it as an organization.
Yeah, exactly. So I wish the best for
you.
The Oilers.
You getting up no matter who's in the gold medal game 6:00 on Sunday morning?
Dude, I'm in Lloydminster.
Oh yeah, that's right.
My son has got a game 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. on Saturday and 8 a.m. and 12 p.m. on Sunday. So I'm going to be on the bench coaching my son and watching my phone.
All right. Good stuff, laddie. Great show. We'll see you next Thursday, big guy.
Thanks for having me, guys. Listeners, sorry, I'm not going to be here for another week. So
you're what?
I'm not going to be here for another week. Like I'm going to be back next week. Okay. I get it, but it's a struggle. You get it now. Yeah. Okay. It's a struggle for the in between. We arrived. Okay, thank you. Have a good week, guys.
Thanks, laddie. Coming up at the top of the hour, it is Fantasy Frenzy with
the former Rochette T-Bird.
Connor Halley and the Duke of Delburne at 12:00. It's the lowdown with Ellen Mitchell. 2 till 6. Jason Gregor drives us home with the Jason Gregor Show. Before that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Riverside Honda, 59 years and counting as St. Albert and surrounding areas, premier Honda and Can-Am dealer. It's your dream. Ride it at riversidehonda.com. Hey, thanks everyone for listening. Really appreciate all your input on the text line as well. Could not do it without you. Canada set to go with the USA here in moments. Did he? Hope you have a wonderful rest of your Thursday. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 7 bells to wrap up the weekend. See you, laddie. Until then, here is the Duke.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
This morning from Italy, Brad Jacobs men's curling rink lost its final round robin game to Norway 8-6. Still finishing in second place. They're going to take on Norway here at the top of this hour, this time in a semifinal. Rachel Holman and her women's team beating Korea 10-7 secures the final semifinal spot. They'll take on Sweden tomorrow morning. And in the men's 1,500-meter speed skating final, David Leroux finishing in 15th, Daniel Hall in 23rd. Coming up here in just under 10 minutes' time, Canada's women's hockey team will play for gold as underdogs against the United States. At 11:30, women's halfpipe qualifier beginning for Canadians in the field. And in case you missed it from earlier this morning, men's hockey head coach John Cooper providing an update on captain Sidney Crosby, not ruling him out for the tournament after yesterday's injury. Outside of Canadian action, Switzerland won bronze in women's hockey with a 2-1 overtime victory over Sweden. And the NBA returns to the court tonight post All-Star break. Raptors in Chicago taking on the Bulls for a 6 o'clock tip-off. 9 other games, including Philly hosting Atlanta. Pistons head to MSG to play the Knicks. Warriors up against the Celtics, and Denver in SoCal against the Clippers in the nightcap. Coming up on Sports 1440, it is Fantasy Frenzy with Hallie and Douglas. I'm Brendan Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440 in West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin. CKJR is a Stingray radio station.
Download the free radio player app and listen wherever you go.
Come for cat.